Maybe not. Maybe it's good. I think I only did it once. Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. Happy day after the affiliates anniversary stream. I don't know if the hat is still around. It probably isn't around anymore. Let me know if the hat is still around. I hope you had a good, like, what is it, 24 hours since last we saw each other? Hello, Harmless and Mr. Taco. Uh, so we're gonna continue with Umineko tonight. It's been a while since we've seen this starting soon screen because it's been a while since we've been on the rainy setting in the story. We've been away from it for a while because of all the flashbacks and the side stories outside of the islands. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It was pretty fun. Much entertainment was had. Enrichment, even. Like a little hamster on its wheel. And then there's another hamster that goes even faster, and the first one starts spinning around, and the other one is just kind of jumping over it while it goes past them. And then eventually the one that's spinning around gets sent flying. It was kind of like that. Oh, hell yeah. 1 whole year of October 4th, yes. Hell yeah, Caster. We still got the hats. You can still use the hat if you want. Happy 10 years of October 4th. Happy 10 years since the Rokkenjima incident. Last time we didn't see Battler at all. And we kind of had a miserable time. Many people say these things are not correlated, but I don't believe it. I believe that that guy has some sort of aura that makes you feel happy and entertained. And joyful. And hopeful. So, fingers crossed that he shows up this time around. We're back in the island, so there's a very good chance we see Battler almost immediately. So let's get in there, shall we? It was already approaching 10 o'clock at night. By now, the typhoon had wrapped itself around Rokkenjima. Even the rose garden that had looked so beautiful midday was beaten down upon by the fierce winds and resisted with all its might, undulating and trying to keep the flowers from blowing away. In that rose garden was Shannon in the lead, Battler holding up an umbrella, Jessica, and George carrying the sleeping Maria on his back, all heading for the guest house. Oh yeah, just in case you forgot, we're currently roughly 12 hours, I think, into episode 4. Still no murders. There has been 0 murders up until now, because we were doing other stuff. Okay, there was 1 murder. But it was not on the island, so we don't have to solve it, and we know who did it. So there's no mystery there. Oh, there he is. We can at least make it to the guest house from here. Shannon-chan, it's fine. You should go back and rest. Don't worry. Seeing you off is also part of my duty. The family conference is going on inside, and Mom and Genji-san are probably getting stressed. If we keep you, they'll misunderstand and think you are being lazy. That's right. Just graciously accepting our offer might be the best way to avoid burdening people. Thank you, Shannon. Not at all. Certainly. As Milady has said, it is very tense inside the mansion today. Hello, Camilla. Therefore, coming with all of you allowed me a breath of fresh air, and I've been able to relax a bit. The family conference, huh? They went to all the trouble of chasing us kids out. So they're probably talking about something shady. Probably. I'm sure there's nothing we can do to help out. Just trying to stay out of their way is probably the best way for us to be useful. Heh. I'm sure it's all just money, money, money. Even though they act like they're so rich most of the time, when they get stuff, they'll start getting pushy. Why don't they just be grateful and split it evenly between everyone? That'd be awesome. It'd be nice if I got a share too. If I got some too, I'd split it with Shannon-chan right away. Thank you very much. Well, I appreciate the sentiment. Shannon isn't greedy at all. Normally, girls of your age would have tons of things they want to buy. I guess. But none of the things I want can be bought with money. Like freedom! Oh! How unselfish. If you lined up all the things I wanted, all the gold in the world wouldn't be enough. That's if you're talking about things that can be bought with money. I wonder what these things that can't be bought with money at Shannon wants are. Do you have any idea, George Nissan? Well, I wonder. I'm not Shannon, so how could I know? I don't know either. George and Shannon looked down, their faces red. Badler had also heard about what was going on with them, so he knew what Jessica was teasing them about. George Aniki's a person I respect. I think you've met up with a really great person, Shannon-chan. Yeah. I also feel relieved that we can leave Shannon to George Nissan. Stop teasing. It's a serious issue for us. More importantly, what about you, Jessica-chan? Have you been able to get a little closer to Kanon-kun? What? So you and Kanon-kun are like that? Well... That's dirty, George. Twisting the conversation around like that's dirty. As they had an animated discussion with ups and downs, the four kids headed for the guest house. The annual family conference was extremely important to the Ushinomiya family. And this year seemed like it was going to be especially important. Apparently, the family head Kinso was personally going to be making a very serious announcement. And everyone other than the adults had been strictly ordered to leave. Battler hadn't attended the family conference in 6 years, so he didn't really notice. But according to Jessica, there seemed to be a very tense atmosphere tonight. Completely different from a normal year. Common sense made it clear that Kinso, whose remaining life was short, was going to make some big announcement about the succession of the headship and the distribution of his fortune. But I'm surprised to think that grandfather's actually gonna make an appearance. I see. So this is the witch's counterattack. I wanted to leave the Joker called Kinso face down a little longer, but it's probably about time to turn it over. Trump cards exist to be used. Damn. My theory that grandfather was dead since the beginning and a different 18th person had snuck in is now suddenly torn apart. I had foreseen that you'd begin to doubt Kinso eventually. Yes, now your reasoning has all gone back to square one again, right? With this, your theory that Kinso was dead at the very beginning and I was hiding as the 18th person goes poof. Fuck. But no way I'll lose heart. Hello, Q. Thank you for the 5 babies. That's only one theory gone. I'll attack you like a storm. Like a tornado. I'd have it no other way. Even the first twilight has not yet begun. It is far too early to give up. Oh, nice. Congratulations. That's right. And it's not like it was denied with the red truth. At this point in time, Adler's theory hasn't been defeated. It's too early to say that you've won. Yeah, that's right. It's still too early for me to just swallow her story. Grandfather's supposed to finally appear. But there's a chance that they'll talk about how his wealth has gotten worse. And he won't appear after all. You're right. So who's the 5th child? Uncle Kraus might be trying desperately to hide the fact that grandfather really is dead until the last seconds. Huh. I see. You could also think of it that way. Do as you please. It will be resolved soon. Very soon. All of the relatives and Nanjo could be seen in the dining hall. Nanjo sat alone, quietly watching the wind and rain outside. Kraus sat down in the seat of his own rank, with Natsuki standing motionlessly at his side. The other siblings were gathered at the opposite end of the long table, whispering to each other. Is that true? Yes. Maria said the person who gave her the umbrella was father. What in the world? In other words, our strategy has collapsed from the roots. Not just our strategy. Since father is healthy and has said that he'll make an announcement himself, our trivial bargaining with Nissan was completely pointless. Yup. That old bastard. Why couldn't he have just shown himself right away without making a show of it? Thanks to that, we've just been quarreling with Aniki uselessly. Or maybe he wanted to test us on that point. I might not be one to talk, since we aren't related by blood, but your father is very intelligent, correct? Our arguments during the day were probably overheard by one of the servants and reported to father. Incredible. The fact that we were making a fuss with father's inheritance as our goal is now right in the open. Just incredible. Eva uncharacteristically held her head, dejected. If, as Skidia had said, everything had been going according to Kinto's plans from the beginning, and if this was a huge setup that had been kept up for over a year, trying to find the siblings' true intentions, then they had fallen for it completely. We still don't know for sure that it's reached father's ears. No, it definitely has. Everyone but Nissan claimed that father was dead, and none of us believed in father's good health. It's already over. Father will make an announcement. Nissan will become the successor, and he'll say we aren't even qualified to wear the one wing. Oh, Nissan, get a hold of yourself. Rosa-san, I wonder if Maria really received that umbrella from father. Huh? What do you mean? Maria-chan might have seen father. However, we haven't seen him. Maria-chan only claims to have seen him. What are you saying? Are you saying that Maria's lying? Calm down, Rosa. Maria-chan didn't necessarily lie. Still, she's an innocent kid, right? For example, if Genji-san came up to her and said something like, I was told by your grandfather to hand this to you, Maria-sama. That even if Maria-chan hadn't met Dad, she still might say that she got an umbrella from him, right? That's right. That trick could work. But what was it Maria-chan said? Grandfather came and handed me the umbrella. Yes, that's what she said. She clearly said that she received an umbrella directly from grandfather. Directly, huh? Then we're stuck. They often say that bad thinking is no better than sleeping. If you think about it a bit, all of this about the umbrella is a trivial problem. Why is that? Couldn't Maria-chan have been bribed by Nissan to lie and say something that made it seem like father was in good health? There is no evidence that father actually handed an umbrella to her. Regardless of whom Maria-chan received the umbrella from. Assuming she was even given an umbrella in the first place. Father will appear very soon. Once father's in front of us, the problem with the umbrella will become completely trivial. In other words, this is not the time to gossip about the umbrella issue. What do you mean this isn't the time? I see. I got it. This is probably why Kiria-san's saying. Father is supposed to come here very soon. But the chance still remains that he'll get mad again and won't show up, right? I see. That's true. Maybe Nissan just said father was going to appear at random in a desperate bid to buy time against our investigation. Father really is dead already, and Nissan is still lying and saying he's healthy. In short, if father appears, then no schemes will be effective. There's no need to even think about that case. We're fish on the chopping board. We have no choice but to leave fate to the heavens and negotiate directly with father. That means we've had no choice but to let him clobber us with his fist, then prostrate ourselves and beg for money. But, on the other hand, if father doesn't appear, then our primary strategy isn't hampered in the least. I see. In short, no matter which way it goes, there's absolutely no need to get flustered now. That's it. If father shows up, we just have to carry out the normal family conference. If he doesn't, we just have to keep on investigating Krausan. We can't let him talk his way out of it. Like if he says father's mood has suddenly gotten worse. It seems what we really should be telling to figure trying, is what scheme Nathan is going to try and trick us with. The way he just doesn't know how to give up is something I know better than anyone. If father is well, we'll prostrate ourselves and beg for money. If it's a farce of Krausans, then we'll continue our ugly sibling fights. It sounds like this year's family conference is going to be just wonderful. Yup. So, bad thinking is no better than sleeping, huh? It's almost 10 o'clock. Should we press Aniki? Rudolph and the rest looked at Kraus. He was sitting down firmly, and looked like he was awaiting Kinzo's arrival with an air of composure. They couldn't tell if he really was composed, or if he was scheming about how to tie together his lie. Dear, calm yourself. We won't get anywhere by making a fuss after all this. Let's leave it to Genji-san. It's almost 10 o'clock, isn't it? That was the time that had been set for tonight's family conference to open. And it was the time that the Yoshiromiya family head needed to appear. That's pretty late, especially for an old person. Right then, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching from the hall. There were multiple sets. Natsuki raised her head, relieved. But because of the sound of a knock, her expression was filled with disappointment. Because Kinso probably wouldn't have knocked. Please excuse us. I have finished closing up the mansion for the night. It was Goda and Kumasawa. Unlike the powerful Goda, it was rare for Kumasawa with her old body to be forced to work this late. Of course, Krause also seemed to know that. Indeed. Good work. My apologies for making you work at such a time, Kumasawa-san. Oh, it's nothing. I may not look it, but staying up late's still one of my specialties. Wouldn't it be okay to at least let Kumasawa leave without being an observer? It really will be difficult on her body, I imagine. The order was to gather all of the servants as well. I cannot disobey. Tonight's family conference was clearly different from normal. On a normal year, no one was allowed to attend except family members. To have the servants present for such a thing was unthinkable. But this year was different. All of the servants were told to attend. Of course, they were not allowed to talk. They were there as observers. Just what in the world was happening that needed to be observed by the 5 servants? Even Krause didn't know. I don't look it, but I'm good at staying up late. If you stuff yourself with mackerel too, Krause-sama, you'll be more manly at night. I see you're still in high spirits. I'm sure you'll be working in such high spirits until you're 100. Hello, Fire Mountain. How's it going? You came in just in time. Kumasawa just made a boner joke. Madam, forgive my arrogance, but I have prepared a light snack. I can serve it at any time, so feel free to order it. Thank you. You really are considerate. Please offer refills of coffee to the others. Certainly. After nodding, Gora took the pot towards the relatives gathered at the other end of the table. As he did, more footsteps approached from the hallway. It was a single set, and it was light. Even before the knock, they could imagine who it was. I figured. For a second I was like, oh, it's canon. No, if it was canon, they wouldn't hear the footsteps at all. Excuse me. I've taken the children to the guest house. Good work. Tonight is a special evening. Make sure you stay alert. Yes. Certainly, madam. Genji had gone with Kanon to meet Kinso. There was still no sign of their return. The hand of the clock passed 10 o'clock slightly. I'm getting ready. I'm getting my notebook ready. Things are about to start happening, I'm sure. Unsure of that, Eva spoke to Krause. Nissan, it's time. Are you still not going to start the family conference? The arrival of the guest of honor has been delayed. Wait a short while. How long? Sorry, but time's up. I won't have you saying father hasn't quite shown up yet, over and over until dawn. How could I make a promise about the time father shows up? Why are you in such a rush? Why not drink some tea and calm down for you? Aniki, we're gathered here for a family conference, not a farce. We'll wait 30 more minutes. But if that doesn't work, you'll let us break into the study, okay? Break into... Such an action would be quite lacking in respect for the head. Ah, right. Our apologies. We'll be good for 30 more minutes. I look forward to seeing if you can keep that same smile up 30 minutes from now. So, you honestly believe that father is dead? I have no desire to discuss that now. We can wait until father comes here. There's absolutely no need for me to argue you down, Nissan. Yoshinomiya headship will be passed on to the proper person in the proper manner. No matter what you may scheme, you cannot resist. Of course, the same goes for me. What are you trying to say? And after bragging all these years about being the successor yourself, I'll turn your own words back on you. I have no desire to discuss that now. All that matters is for father to come here and proclaim it with his own mouth. There is absolutely no need for me to argue you down. Right? Krause casually turned Eva's words back on her. Of course, that added oil to Eva's anger. But it didn't ignite, because in that instant, the sound of a very loud knock rang out. Both Genji and Kanon were usually very reserved when they knocked. They wouldn't hit the door with such a violent strength. It was like a judge's gavel slamming down in a call for silence. So everyone went quiet. The door opened slightly and Genji showed himself. Then, he spoke with a serious tone different from his usual one. It wasn't the tone he used when carrying out his duties. It was the tone he used when speaking for Kinzo himself. So, just by hearing Genji speak like that, the siblings were struck with a sudden tension. Take your seats, everyone. At those words, the dining hall was wrapped in total silence, and everyone hurriedly returned to their designated seats. It was as though students who had been bustling around just before homeroom had suddenly returned to their seats when the teacher came. And it might even have looked humorous. But there was no way anyone would joke about it. Everyone sat in order, and Shannon, Goda, and Kumasawa stood up straight in a row by the wall. The head of the glorious Ushinomiya family, and Lord of Rokkenjima, the island that sparkles gold, Lord Ushinomiya Kinzo, has arrived. Did he really give himself all those titles? What a nerd. Of the double doors that led to the dining hall, Genji opened the right door from the inside, and Kanon opened the left door from the outside. Ah! Flashbang. There he is. And welcome by a respectful bow from those two. Majestically fluttering his cape, Kinzo appeared. Kinzo's gait had a dignified weight to it, and it was hard to believe that he had reportedly been at the end of his life. Genji pulled back Kinzo's seat and motioned for him to sit. But Kinzo stayed standing, signaling with his chin for Genji to move back. Welcome to Rokkenjima, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Willow. Why the frightened face, Eva? No. Why would I be frightened? I'm just relieved to find you in excellent spirits, Father. Eva, you're as amusing as ever, aren't you? Why don't you just honestly say how frustrated you are at losing your bed with Kraus? You can't say it, can you? Eva realized that their conversation during the day had indeed been leaked to Kinzo, and she hung her head, turning red. Is some of the best stuff in the series, yeah. Well then, my sons and daughters and their companions. Tonight, I shall make an important announcement regarding my inheritance and the succession that you all seem so keen on. But first, I must tell you how incredibly disappointed I am. After all, until this very day, no one has been able to solve the riddle of the epitaph. Even though Kinzo said he was disappointed, a condescending smile rose to his face, as though there was no way the likes of these could have solved it, and his gaze passed through all of them. Oh man. Who has this? Whose emote is this? I don't think it's yours, right? You wouldn't have a man emote. Oh, okay. I see. I had planned to hand over everything to the one who could solve it. But none have been able to solve it before today. And here we stand, with nothing of mine passed down to anyone. How shameful! To think that not one among you has come forward with the qualifications to succeed me. How truly disappointing, and shameful, and pathetic! The siblings hung their heads in silence. Of course, they would have solved it if they could. True, they couldn't deny that they'd wasted a golden opportunity. Very literally. But it was just so hard. Therefore, I am proclaiming here and now that I will suspend the use of the epitaph's riddle as a method of choosing my successor. In short, time's up! This is game over. And what a shame for you all. Even though it should have given you all an equal and fair chance, that's gone now. It truly sounded like Kinzo was making a victory proclamation. In that case, will my eldest son Kraus succeed the headship? The answer is no. What? You understand, right, Kraus? I certainly gave you the title of successor, but all you did was let it go to your head. Do you know what a successor is? It means the person who will inherit your position after you, father. Wrong! The position of successor isn't something that's guaranteed by the current head at all. Listen up, Kraus. I won't tell you this again. A successor is what you call someone who finds everyone else who's after the headship thoroughly break their noses and makes it so they can never disobey him again. This is not only something that can be said of the headship. It's the same with money. A rich person doesn't mean someone who has money. It means someone who crushes everyone who had more money than himself, and who scrabbles together more money than anyone else. It's the same with talents. A genius is not what you call a person blessed with talents. It means a person who crushes everyone with more talent than themselves. A person who can coerce geniuses and all other people to call them that using strength and charisma. You have a mistaken impression when it comes to all of these things. So, you aren't of the right caliber to be my successor. I'll take your words to heart. Perhaps that truly was Kinzo's philosophy. As a result of faithfully carrying out that rant-like philosophy of his, Kinzo had glorified the Ushinomiya family to the state it was in today. It may be hard to imagine after his immersion in the occult in recent years, but that brutally overbearing outlook was no more or less than Ushinomiya Kinzo's charisma and aura. His aura. Such an unsatisfactory person is not qualified to inherit everything of the Ushinomiya family. In that case, is Eva, Rudolph, or Rosa qualified? Again, no. You were unable to solve the riddle, and you were also unable to use a scheme to drag Kraus down. All the three of you managed to do was gather together in a united front to try and extort money from Kraus. And even that scheme was thoughtless. You can't even corner Kraus all by himself. There could be nothing more shameful. You lack the avarice to steal away the position of successor by any means. In order to get what you want, you should sacrifice everything, become as covetous and greedy as possible. The goddess of luck smiles upon the greedy. You three, who don't have that wild spirit, are as unfit for the succession as Kraus is. Eva and the rest had no words to respond with. They couldn't calculate what it was Ginso was about to say. Was Ginso actually planning to proclaim that no one would succeed the headship? If so, that would work for Eva, Rosa, and Rudolph's advantage. After all, in the end, they'd just have to negotiate everything among the siblings after Ginso's death, splitting the inheritance evenly. It would surely be more troublesome if a specific person's name was raised and proclaimed to be the successor. Who could that be? Goda? But would Ginso really say something to benefit any of the four siblings after demeaning them so much? You don't think he's going to say that because no one will succeed him? He'll donate all of his fortune to charity or something, right? Oh, that would be terrible. Unthinkable. Horrifying. I'm afraid it wouldn't put it past Father. The plot's just risen to its head. We can't do anything but let him talk for now. Well then, Father. What thoughts do you have regarding the succession of the headship? Since I'm so utterly disappointed in all of you, I've lost the desire to hand it over to anyone. Therefore, the Ushinomiya family will end here. It ends with my generation. That cannot... The Ushinomiya family was crushed long ago in that earthquake. The current Ushinomiya family is nothing but an illusion of gold I'm glimpsing for an instant. The likes of which will end when I awaken from my slumber. Everything in this world is a dream, an illusion. Life is but a daydream before the awakening called death. Ah, yes. That's how it was from the beginning. That I should lose everything when I die was part of Beatrice's contract, and her curse. As if I'd let you, Beatrice. I will be the one who captures you. Tonight, that goal will be realized. Hello, Bug. For a while, Ginso was overcome with cackling, and his eyes bulged. Whenever he talked about Beatrice, it was always both eloquent and insane. Foolish children such as yourselves truly are daydreams. It's as though you were never there from the beginning. Disappear. Wake up. Disappear from the dose of the truth that I am. You failures that have not built up anything that makes you worthy to succeed me. Now who's this? Ginso-san, if I may. What is it? My friend, probably Nanjo. Nanjo nervously raised his hand, asking to speak. Ginso allowed him to. I understand how you feel, Ginso-san. Because you love your children, you expect a lot of them. And as a parent and grandparent myself, I understand how parental affection can make you feel as though your expectations were betrayed. However, you are extraordinary, Ginso-san. Genius. Isn't saying that it's only natural for them to catch up to you a little too harsh? Despite that, Rao-san, Eva-san, Rudolph-san, Rosa-san, and all of their partners have done their very best to catch up with you. Oh, and just how much money have they built up with this doing their best? After these cowards fail completely in ventures and gain debt, and still try to sponge off me, how can you say that they did their very best? Money is a crystallization of everything in this world. If you cannot grasp that, then you cannot grasp the world. If a life cannot strongly grasp this world, it doesn't deserve to live. Disappear! Disappear from my life and reality. That's a reckless argument. Without logic, even I must not live. Even so, I believe the time I spent playing chess with you was worthwhile for both of us, Ginso-san. You should know better than anyone else that there are many things in this world that cannot be bought with money. As the siblings motionlessly hung their heads, they cheered Nanjo on inside their hearts. Nanjo, save us. Not one of the siblings could offer their opinion in front of Ginso in a rage, but Ginso's close friend Nanjo alone was allowed to. Even though Ginso had raged so fiercely after being admonished by Nanjo, he nodded several times as though in agreement. This surprisingly obedient side of him might have seemed cute, but there was no one here who could laugh. It may be true that our children haven't built up as a great fortune as you have, Ginso-san. Though, even so, they're rich enough to make me jealous. Do you think Ginso and Nanjo ever explore each other? Maybe. I mean, Nanjo probably explored Ginso's body on account of him being the doctor. Yeah, correct. But I don't know if the same could be said the other way around. But besides money, they have also built up many things that cannot be bought with money. When it comes to that, they are nowhere inferior to you, Ginso-san. Oh. And what do you claim they have built up that cannot be bought with money? Happiness, family. They have found wonderful partners, had children, and each has built up their own happy homes. Citation needed. They have glorified your family name and have brought back grandchildren. Grandchildren are wonderful. We older people can look at these young grandchildren who will live into a new area that we will not even be given a chance to see. And in them, we can imagine an endless future. Isn't that the sole entertainment we have in our old age? Remember, Ginso-san. Remember your joy when they first brought back their grandchildren. Your children and your grandchildren will carry your great works onto future generations, setting an example. That is something that an individual cannot accomplish, no matter how much money they have. The siblings all nodded in agreement. Hang on, I need to get water real quick. Water has been obtained. Certainly, Ginso had looked happy when his grandchildren had just been born. I truly cannot imagine this scene. I would love to see it. Back when he still had some sanity in his heart. However, did Ginso's heart still contain a human's warmth? In other words, in exchange for the vast riches I created. Instead of gaining money, I have gained my grandchildren. No, that's not what I... So, in exchange for the several tens of billions in wealth that I've built up, I've gained a single grandchild from each of my children. This is wonderful. So I have created a single life using 10 billion yen? That's how it is. Interesting. Truly an interesting example in the alchemical sense, right? Oh, what valuable grandchildren. Wonderful. Wonderful. Is that right, Kraus? Is your daughter worth 10 billion yen? Kraus couldn't answer instantly. He just said, fuck yeah, dude, hell yeah. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in his daughter. It was because he didn't have a clue what Ginso was trying to test him with in this question. But when Natsuki was then pressed for an answer, she responded, breaking Kraus' silence with an answer of her own interpretation. Yes, Jessica is a daughter I wouldn't let go of even for 10 billion yen. In that sense, I believe she has a value that can't be measured with money. Oh. So, you can state for certain that she's worth 10 billion. Oh. What about you, Eva? What about your George? Since Natsuki had answered that way, Eva naturally came up with her own answer as well. Even though Eva should have known better than to respond to a provocative question like this, she answered as well. No, father. George is worth 10 billion plus 1. Yes, father. George is worth 10 billion. No, even more than that. And that's not in the abstract sense of things money can't buy. George will certainly build up a fortune equal to his worth. He'll become a grandson worthy of carrying on your great words, father. Eva sent a glance at Hideyoshi and Natsuki as she scored a point. When she heard what Eva had said, Natsuki was about to add more praise for her daughter, but stopped at a glare from Kraus. I see. And what about you, Rudolph? What about your battler? Yeah, I don't know about that one, Dad. I have 2 children, you know? You'd probably say that. Compared to George-kun, there's nothing about battler I can brag about. If he was kidnapped and we were threatened with a ransom of 10 billion, I'd feel like sticking a bow on the guy and letting them have him. On top of that, he's an idiot and reckless. He talks about grand schemes and things that couldn't be done. I guess in that way, he's a super idiot worth the equivalent of 10 billion normal idiots. But I'm sure that guy could do things that even a group of 10 billion average people couldn't do. Well, I'm pretty sure he'll fall flat on his face. The world isn't easy. But at the very least, there's no doubt that watching over his life will be more fun than looking at 10 billion average people. Eva clicked her tongue at that clever style of speech, which would probably match Ginso's taste. She's like, fuck, he's right! Battler is kind of awesome like that. Apparently Rudolph had done that on purpose, so he grinned back at her. What of Maria? Maria is my adorable and only daughter. Her value cannot be measured with money. That is all. I see. Dreams and the future. Miracles and possibilities are the source of my magical power. No magic without hopes holds any strength. I cannot expect any more from you who have proven to be average. But I see. My grandchildren hope future possibilities, and expecting a magical miracle from them may be worthwhile. If you're saying that, in this way, they're worth more than 10 billion. Hmm, yes. I can see where you're coming from. Hmm. Hmm. When Kinso got in a rage, he wouldn't let anyone speak up. But even so, he would sometimes accept something on his own while yelling by himself, and change his own opinion. That's what this felt like to the siblings. Apparently, even though Kinso had been disgusted by his unsuccessful children and had cast him away as being unfit for the inheritance of his childless fortune, he wasn't sure about his grandchildren. At this rate, he might soon say that the inheritance would go to his grandchildren instead of the siblings. As the siblings sat in fear of what their fickle and short-tempered father might suddenly think of next, they carefully watched his every move. Let me change my thinking a little. I have absolutely no desire to hand over all I have to any of you. However, it will be quite interesting to question the grandchildren to see if one of them is qualified. I've always thought of them as mere kids, but there's a chance I'll find a shining gem amongst them that will catch me off guard. And testing them for that would be... yes. It would be a shame to abandon that final side trip in my remaining life. Well then, what should I do? I can, with confidence, recommend George as someone fitting to follow after you. Eva claimed that right away. Not till he looked like she was about to follow along. The crowds gave her a look telling her to restrain herself, so she swallowed her words. How bold. Then, let us do this. I will individually question the grandchildren to see if they are qualified to succeed the Ushinomiya family inheritance and wealth. Father. However, that does not mean that one of you will directly receive the inheritance. I am already disappointed in you all. There is no longer anything I have to give you. Not a thing. The ones I will question are my grandchildren, and the ones who might succeed me are my grandchildren. Make absolutely sure that you do not mistake this. Understood? I shall obey Father's decision. Same here. I'll go along with what he decides. What about you, Aniki? Of course. I believe Father will make a wise judgment. I will also obey Father's decision. I shall think of how to test my grandchildren. Which means this is no longer any business of yours. After all, none of you are involved with the succession in any way now. So right here, right now, perhaps we should discuss a different matter that does involve you. A different matter? Indeed. That is tonight's true purpose, and the true purpose for this final Ushinomiya family conference as well. I have no desire to hear your thoughts and opinions. I demand only your assistance. Assistance in my ceremony. Your ceremony? Quiet. Father is talking now. Rudolph and the rest had automatically narrowed their brows at the occult-like word. Could he be planning to start some strange ceremony involving Batoricha's resurrection again? And he wanted their assistance? What in the world was he planning to do? In the past, he had carried out many eccentricities that he called by the same name, such as starting to burn strange incense and filling the whole mansion with stench. Something fun, yay! A Halloween party. To the siblings, the ceremony was nothing more than one of the aged Ginzo's obnoxious hobbies. Father, just what do you mean by that? If we can assist you, we'll do anything. Right, Rosa? Yes. But what in the world is it? A ceremony as inscribed in my epitaph. A ceremony to revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Lands. That witch who escaped her cage of flesh and sneeringly slipped through my fingers, I shall now capture and force into submission with my greatest hidden art. For that purpose, I must offer 13 people as sacrifices. Gathering 13 people's worth of sacrifices is no easy feat. But tonight is the family conference. Many adults have gathered on Rokenjima. There could be no other day on which to carry out the ceremony. Taken literally, it sounded like he was telling them to become human sacrifices for his dark ceremony and die. Taken literally. Ridiculous. Was it some kind of metaphor? But they didn't even have a clue what he was trying to illustrate. The siblings whispered together about what Ginzo was saying. What's that going on about? Is this his usual sickness? Probably. Listen silently for now. I'm sorry, Father. I don't understand what you mean by that. What is it you don't understand? I am making this extremely simple. I told you that I'll choose 13 of the humans on this island and offer them as sacrifices in a ceremony to revive Beatrice. Even worthless people like you can be very useful as sacrifices in my ceremony. Listen. This is not a joke, nor anything of the sort. This is my final bet. My final ceremony. The last one I will desire in my life. There are now more than 13 humans on this island. In short, that's a head count that can easily satisfy the massive number of sacrifices I require. Become the sacrifices for my ceremony. Ginzo-san, you weren't serious about what you said back then, were you? It wasn't a joke. Unusually for him, Nanjo's face changed color as he stood up and shouted. It seemed this wasn't the first time Nanjo had heard all this dark talk about 13 sacrifices. Sorry, my friends. That was no joke nor anything of the sort. It is what I bet my life on, the final ceremony. The final game that I will attempt. Yes, this is a game. If gaining my fortune and leaving the island is your goal, then there are only 2 ways to achieve it. Will you escape being chosen as one of the 13 sacrifices and spectacularly survive by finally solving the riddle of the epitaph and stopping the ceremony? Or will you kill me and thereby stop this ceremony? Those are your only 2 options. It's not a book. Yeah. I've been telling you, it's a game. By now, everyone wasn't just whispering, but chattering and muttering away. Even the siblings had noticed that Ginzo was beginning to act abnormally. Are you a little tired? Genji-san, has father been drinking? No. The master is sensible. What? Sorry, Dad. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Dad's free to start up any weird ceremony he wants to revive the witch he loves. That's his hobby. Getting wrapped up in that and being made into a human sacrifice is a little more than I can handle. Rudolph, are you trying to interrupt, Father? What are you talking about, Aniki? You expect me to listen to something that's shady and say, "Oh, really?" Was the ceremony Kinso had mentioned literally something disturbing? Was it some kind of test to choose the successor? It seemed that Rudolph had taken it literally. But Eva apparently still believed that it was something like a test or examination to find a proper successor. But Kinso responded with a clear smile. Well then, that is all I have to say. No objections or opinions are necessary from you. I will simply awaken from my dream of having 4 unsuccessful children. To all of you, what will occur now before your very eyes may seem like a dream, an illusion, something that couldn't conceivably be in this world, in a world that defies understanding. But that itself is my reality. Now, I will finally awaken from the shallow, useless dream that all of you are. Come. The game has already begun, see? With this many of you here, I can take lives starting with anyone. So long, my unsuccessful children, and for the final and only time in your lives, be useful for my ceremony. Arise, Pendragon's memorial troops. When Kinso raised his arms high like an opera singer and yelled a still up towards a packed audience, the air shattered like glass, and the outlines of 3 people who supposedly hadn't been invited to this island appeared. 3? 3! Yeah, that's 1. Chaser 45. Right here. Chaser 410. Right here. Chaser 00. Right here, sir. 3 girls with strange forms suddenly appeared behind Kinso. Where from? When? Who? Who were they? The humans were thrown off balance and their minds went blank. Because they spent all that time thinking. They lost their last chance to survive. Oh shit! We should have stopped thinking. Fuck! They caught us with the old trick. Yeah, it's really cool. You have permission to shoot 6 to death. I leave the choice of targets up to you. Begin your attack. Unrestricted firing. Understood, sir. Thank you for granting us such excellent targets. Everyone, commence unrestricted firing. First one in. Yeah. When 410 scratched the air with her finger, a golden bow appeared in empty space and she pulled the string. The golden arrow that had been ready there was fired off without any hesitation. Flew around the room, leaving haphazard gold curves everywhere. And chose Natsuki from among those sitting at the table of the family conference, pulverizing the left half of her face. No, Natsuki! No! Flesh and deep red blood scattered around, leaving massive red spatter marks on the relatives' faces in the pure white tablecloth. Silence fell. Despite the massive number of deep red spots left on the tablecloth. No one could understand why Natsuki's head was half smashed, nor why she was hanging her head as though dozing while still sitting. And they watched on in silence. Those sitting on Natsuki's right-hand side were silent for a relatively long time. But those sitting to her left were not. Because the people sitting on that side had been shown how her head had been smashed open, like a watermelon or a pomegranate, and could even see inside her. One down. Natsuki is it? A luckless woman to the end. Next. Double O, firing. After scratching the empty air in the same way and readying her bow, Double O fired as well. After it flew around and around at high speeds like the golden arrow 410 had released, drawing a convoluted curve in the same manner, it smashed half of Rudolph's head in the same way as he looked at Nathalie in shock, killing him instantly. Oh no, Rudolph! This time, everyone managed to avoid freezing up mentally. They realized that a fearsome murder had started playing out right in front of them, just as Ginzo had said. And they realized that Ginzo would probably kill even more. Ah! Shrill screams burst out. Even so, they didn't know what to do, so they could only keep screaming and flapping their wide open mouths like goldfish. Father, what do you think you're doing? You fool! Run now! As asked Ginzo that in total shock. Hideyoshi, who had come to his senses faster than anyone else and risen to his feet, pulled at her arm from behind. However, merciless fate's choice for the third sacrifice was Hideyoshi. Just like the two before him, half of Hideyoshi's head was neatly smashed. And the right side of his head, which had happened to be facing that direction at the time, had been blown away with its contents exposed like a watermelon or a pomegranate. So, still whole and ever, Hideyoshi slumped backwards and fell down. Still held by her beloved husband, Eva fell over backwards with him. Dear? Dear? Eva screamed. It was only natural. The fate she had been looking for had been half lost. And the crushed skull, the mashed brains, and the crossed jaw lay bare. 45. Impact. It's a hit. Spectacular. Fire again. 3 more remain. Father, what is supposed to be? When Kraus stood up forcefully and was about to rush Ginzo, Double O blocked him. With her slender-looking body, she held back Kraus with just the palm of her right hand. He still tried to resist and attack Ginzo, so Double O lifted Kraus by the nape of his neck and twisted into his Adam's apple with her thumb. It seemed to be very painful, and Kraus was overcome with agony. Oh! Everyone, run! Police! Ambulance! Quickly! Everyone, let's escape! Escape! Nanjo's sharp words finally dissolved the spell that had been holding them down in their chairs. When Goda and Kumasawa each tried to escape from the dining hall first, 410 moved in an instant and appeared there, blocking the way. You sure are slow, yeah. You think I'd let you escape, yeah? About that blunt coyote. Help me! Goda-san, duck! Even though Goda didn't understand, he crouched when he heard Kiria's sharp voice. Then, a burst of air rushed above his head. Kiria had taken a big swing with a chair to Mao. 410 down. But 410, still with a mocking expression, easily caught that widely swung chair with a single hand. What a scary woman, yeah. You really want to go the same way as your husband that much? From the cup of her arm where she had caught the chair, something like a shining golden snake appeared, wrapped itself around the chair, and burst open. It was a fearsome power, like a vice. When Kiria realized that the being in front of her, which looked like a girl, was actually something that surpassed human knowledge and that a human could not even begin to oppose. A rabbit. head was filled with a fierce alarm bell that welled up from deep inside her. Genji, Shannon, and Kanon, all of the servants permitted to wear the Wang and Evil, continued to stand calmly at the tension by the wall, even with a scene like this before their eyes, making them look very bizarre and eerie. For an instant, Kiria thought that they'd managed to stay calm because they were with the enemy, and had been given a guarantee that they wouldn't be killed. Nope. But as soon as she thought that, the sight of Genji's face was blown away before her eyes. Genji-san. 45. Impact. It's a hit. Oh, Genji. How unfortunate. Rest in peace, my friends. Your death will not be wasted. You will become one of the 13 keys essential to the resurrection of my beloved witch. The half of Genji's expression that remains was as indifferent as ever. He tilted, fell over, and sent a blood-red splatter out across the floor. Genji-sama. But nothing more in the witch's pieces. Nothing more. Nothing more. From the meek and frustrated, no, resigned expressions of Shannon and Kanon's faces, one couldn't sense any naive hopes that they'd be rescued. That's right. Kinso was, in the truest sense, carrying out these murders at random. In the truest sense, he was killing like it was a game to see who would be saved and who would be killed. Well then, who will we go for next, yeah? 410 looked at Kiria for a second. In that second, Kiria was prepared for her own death. But when she readied her golden bow in midair, 410 was looking at someone else over Kiria's shoulder. So, as imprudent as it was, Kiria felt as though she had been saved. Again, an ugly, exploding, popping sound rang throughout the room. Who was it this time? When Kiria turned to face the direction of the sounds, she saw blood gushing like a fountain, and Eva lying on her husband's chest. Of course, her face had been half-mashed, just like her husband's. 410 had mercilessly targeted Eva as she clung to her husband's corpse, sobbing. Let go of Nissan! Let go of Nissan! Just stop it, father! Stop this brutality! No way, Rosa! Rosa's objection didn't reach Kinso as he continued to laugh loudly in the blood-spattered dining hall. And she wasn't able to lessen Cross's pain at being lifted up by the nape of the neck by Double O. So Rosa had no choice but to use force. She lifted up a chair beside her and gave a warning. Father, order her to let go of Nissan. Just stop them from doing this. I cannot. If that is what you desire, then prevent it using your own power. Cut a path through to your own fate with your own hands. You, who have always hid behind the backs of others in fear, let me see you overcome your weakness one last time in your life. Father. Yeah! The chair that Rosa had lifted up swung down at the father who had reigned as a symbol of terror for her entire life. It was the greatest and final act of bravery and self-control in Rosa's life. What Kinso had said might have been true. If she had grasped that courage much sooner, her life might have become more free, unrestrained by anyone else. Okay. Then there was a bursting sound. The sound of Rosa's chair fiercely hitting Kinso. Could not have been this. With the chair still lifted up, she neatly lost half of her head and slopped over. No, Rosa! Rosa! No! My goat! Still holding Kraus up with one hand, Double O had struck her other hand out towards Rosa. The golden snake released from that arm had constricted Rosa in a helix and had smashed into her head. It's really sad, right? Because things being what they are, it would have been extremely epic if Rosa had beaten Kinso to death with a chair. You gotta admit. Defensive firing. I apologize for the discourtesy of shooting so close to you, sir. I care not. So this makes 6 people. Yes, Lord Goldsmith. This makes 6 people. When she indifferently communicated that, Double O let go of Kraus, whom she had been lifting up this whole time. Indeed. So, the sacrifices of the first twilight were Eva, Rudolph, Rosa, Natsuhi, Hideyoshi, and Genji. It was a massacre that happened in an instant. The interior of the dining hall had been dirtied by blood spatter, and the 6 unlucky victims lay with their heads brutally exposed. In a way that was fitting for that abnormal space, Kinso's abnormal laugh alone echoed out. The curtain has finally risen. The ceremony to revive Patrick has begun. You lucky ones who have managed to escape the first twilight, allow me to introduce you to my friends. Arise, my friends. Ronob! Oh, fuck yeah, dude! Our homie. When Kinso called Renob's name, the demon butler showed himself in midair, bowing respectfully. Pleased to meet you, everyone. And good day to those of you I haven't seen for a long time. Oh, motherfucker, he's talking to us. Okay, I heard the bio sound, so he's here now. Oh, and the Cheester's here. Okay, I need you to see this. This part is awesome. One of the 72 great demons works for a master in exchange for various forms of compensation. He currently has a contract with Patoricha as her butler. Head furniture, yes. He's become proficient at housekeeping after serving in many households with his abilities butlers quite high. I think it's the same, right? It's the same description as before. But check this shit out. The Cheesters have a new addition. Double O. 45 have the same bio. Or 10 has the same bio. Show me Double O. Show me Double O. Here we are. You need to click several times to get the one you want to pop out. A weapon of the Sisters' Cavalry, which serves Pendragon. Double O is their calm and composed leader. However, this is merely the role demanded of her, since she's far more frail by nature. Double O excels at reconnaissance and serving as an advanced guard, displaying extreme supremacy in unexpected encounters. However, her excessively powerful fighting strength has been called inhumane, and it isn't rare for her to be lynched and abused when she surrenders on the battlefield. Her one eye silently speaks to that. Okay. Interesting description. I'm comparing these for something. Okay, there's something about this bio, but it might be too soon and it might not still be active. There is something special about the Cheester bios, but I think it hasn't appeared yet. Or I'm having very bad luck, but I think it's not here yet. We'll have to wait until later. It seems this place is once again spectacularly untidy. Pay it no minds. It takes a stimulant of this level to wake me from my daydream-like days. Allow me to introduce my friends, a reliable butler and one of the 72 great demons, Rono. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Just who was he making that introduction to? Kraus and Kirie, who were still down on their backsides, and Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa, could only look up at this middle-aged gentleman they didn't know in shock. Only Shannon and Kanon seemed to recognize him, and they bowed deeply. So, I wasn't able to greet Genji. I hope he was at least able to fulfill his purpose painlessly. It was an instant death from a direct hit to the head. He didn't have time to feel the pain. Is that so? Very well. Allow me to introduce another friends. Arise, my friends, Virgilia. Once again, a silhouette of someone their relatives didn't know appeared from empty space. She appeared in a refined dress while making an elegant greeting. Thank you for summoning me, Master. Although I would rather not have been summoned into a bloody place such as this. Everybody's here, yes! Allow me to introduce her too. This is both my friend and reliable counselor, Virgilia. I desire to borrow your great power as the Witch of the Finites. The Witch of the Finites. Awesome title. Also, same description. And we have the goats and the 7 sisters. Lend it to me. Even if I try to refuse, such a thing wouldn't be permitted for one subordinated by the power of your summonings. As you wish, Master. Still, what a fearsome fellow. To think he summoned 3 of the Chester Sister Corps, then me, and even Virgilia. Even though it's only in the area of summoning. To think that he surpasses my lady so thoroughly. How frightening. I can't help but shudder at the usual Mia blood. In order to carry out Patoricha's resurrection ceremony, I shall give it my all as a summoner. This still isn't enough. In order to perfectly succeed in the ceremony this time, I shall summon more. The Pendragon Memorial Troops, and Ronov, and Virgilia. And still call more. With my magical power, I can still call many more. Answer to my summons, one of the 72 demons. Gap. Oh yeah, guys, remember Gap? Famous character Gap we've seen throughout the story. Gap? You can't even materialize her? It probably means that the corrosion has advanced even more on these islands. New dork? It had already proceeded far enough to materialize us. By now, we shouldn't be surprised no matter how great a demon he summons. Correct. Has Rokenjim already been completely sucked into a parallel world then? I hope he does not surrender. He learned a lot last time, correct. After all this time, he won't surrender over this much. Probably, I should say. Well then, shall we enjoy the stage we now stand upon? It seems the main character is the master this time. Let us expect a script of a different flavor than Milady's. When Kinso strongly concentrated his magical power, a pale light gathered in the empty air, twisted, and a magic circle was drawn there with a deep red glow. What fucking voice am I gonna keep Gap? I don't know. Guys, I'm nervous. I'm getting really stressed right now. And with a sound like grass flaking, a new demon could be seen there. You did well to answer my call. Gap, one of the 72 great demons. Okay, let's read the bio just to stall for time here. Also Beatrice's friend. When a magician demands it, she grants the ability of instantaneous movement. She uses this extraordinary power for playing pranks, mostly. Her specialty is hiding keys in bags during busy mornings. However, in the context of closed-room mysteries, this power becomes an ultimate weapon that can easily strike the finishing blow. Her queen bee strikes are likely to pierce any and all detectives, forcing them to surrender. That is one hell of a place you summoned me to. Did you call me to clean up this blood-stained room, Goldsmith? The literally devilish woman. What about her dress? Something wrong? Wrapped in a gaudy, ominous costume, looked at the scene with which made her cover her eyes and twisted her mouth in a grin. To summon you for such a reason would be like using a cashmere muffler to mop the floor. It's been a long time, Gap. To think that a great demon such as yourself has finally appeared on this island. Perhaps this island is finally submerging completely into fantasy. This all-star cast is even more surprising than the gruesome state of the room. A full 3 Chester sisters, the great demon Renaud, the great witch Virgilia, and even me. What's going on? Is this pandemonium? Are you trying to start a concert from hell or something? I see. As a conductor for that, I couldn't think of anyone better than you, Goldsmith. I will have your assistance as facilitator in the completion of my ceremony to resurrect Beatrice. You have no objections to my summoning contract, correct? Of course not. There's no way I could resist subordinating the power of the legendary Great Summoner, Lord Goldsmith, who forced the famous Great Witch Beatrice to do his bidding. I'll assist you, although I will of course ask the fitting price. So, what's my first job? Capture the cowards who made it through the first twilights. Fortunately, there are still 7 here, aren't there? Nanjo, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, Kumasawa, Kirie, and Kraus. Oh, if these 7 are all offered as sacrifices, that's exactly 13 people. Until it's time for the second and later twilights to be carried out, throw them into the cage of sacrifices. A cashmere mop, huh? Understood. As Gap shrugged her shoulders, she looked at Kraus, who was still down on his butt. She glared. Then, when she snapped her fingers, Kraus was swallowed up by the floor, as though a round pitfall had opened up beneath him. Ugh! One down. There was no hole in the floor. But it had certainly looked as though Kraus had been swallowed up by a hole and disappeared. Searching for her next prey, Gap's gaze crossed Kirie's. She snapped her fingers. Kirie had jumped back as though repelled. Her instincts had been right. After all, in the place where she'd been until a second ago, a round, jet-black hole had appeared, the same kind that had swallowed up Kraus. However, before she could catch her balance, another pitfall appeared and swallowed her up. Even Kirie had no way of eluding Gap's capture. Awesome animation right there. Oh! When she snapped her fingers again, a shocked Nanjo was swallowed up by the floor and disappeared. When she did it again, 410 let out a short yell and jumped back. This time, a slightly larger pitfall had opened. following both Shannon and Cannon, who had been standing in line by the door. But because Sportan had jumped away from the door, the way was no longer blocked. Yeah, me too. Instinctively aware that he would be next, Goda dashed out through the door. Of course, Kumasawa also escaped with lightning speed, chasing after Goda. As Gap snapped her fingers over and over, round, jet black pitfalls opened one after another behind them, chasing them. However, they did nothing but drive their recklessly fleeing pair away, and couldn't swallow them up. Goda and Kumasawa had escaped in a matter of seconds. I've gotten slow. I let two get away. Don't worry, we're currently locking onto the escape targets. Data link ready. Shall we snipe? No, I cannot authorize that. They're precious sacrifices. Wait for the Master's authorization. Great Lord Goldsmith, we await your orders. It is still too soon for the coming of the second twilights, is what the source of my magical power is whispering to me. It must not be now. Let them do as they please. It isn't as though they can escape from this island. The source of the Master's magical power is noise and risk, and tenses of luck. In other words, it means being fickle, it would seem. Perhaps you could also put it that way. Good work, Gap. Let us steadily advance the ceremony from here on. Well then, that is that. Next are my grandchildren. I will test them to see whether they are qualified to become my successor. Let's see. How shall I test their qualifications? If you decide that they're qualified, do you intend to abandon Beata's resurrection? Of course. And despite that, I will test them. Perhaps a woman cannot understand that contradiction, nor my madness. That's a really funny thing to say. Of course a woman wouldn't understand that I'm insane. Or in which ways I'm insane. Well, apparently men is as weird as ever. I don't get the very concept of playing around with risk. Oh my, and I thought you loved that sort of thing. Of course, if a man whispers to me about dangerous risks in love, I go head over heels. But only if they're hot. Be quiet. Try to refrain from whispering. Truly noisy woman. But at least they aren't boring. This is what makes summoning so pleasant. For an honorary woman, let's go. All of you will bear one side of the scales of noise and risk my ceremony. That is the work I expect of you. 6 brutally murdered corpses lay in the dining hall, and it was contaminated with red, gruesome decorations. It was now unimaginable that, until just a second ago, 13 humans had been arranged here in a well-organized manner. Kinso lined up the famous demons and their subordinates, loudly declared the beginning of a night of overwhelming mass murders, and swore to himself that he would certainly revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Lands. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now the curtain finally rises on the first twilight. That Kinso, see, he loves being flashy as usual. So, even that man who can be more persistent than anything when he follows you around, can shine so when on the stage. Damn. Always killing in a grotesque way as usual. Mashing half of their heads? The bad taste you witches and demons have always pisses me off. smashing half of their heads. I see. So she's realized that in the games up until now, it's been the most ideal method of killing. Ideal? How is such a grotesque way of killing ideal? Isn't it though? Try and remember the very first game. You! So, you're the new demon or whatever that just appeared? Damn. Does this mean that the witch's corrosion continued and there are now even more creeps wandering around? The more the witch's corrosion advances, the more Rokkenjima tilts toward the spirit world. That's why strange, insane people keep appearing one by one. This island had been closed off by that typhoon, so no human can leave it, much less appear as a new character to increase their numbers. But the more the corrosion advances, the more witches and demons can appear, without limits, increasing one by one. By now, there might be more demons than humans among the characters appearing in this insane tale. Their numbers might be the thing that represents this mad corrosion. Honestly, yeah. If we don't count the goats as a character, how many is that? We got 3 of you? 4, 5, 6, 13. 13, actually, yeah. There's 13, not counting Beatrice, Lambda, and Burn. And of course, not counting Anjay, because Anjay is not in the game. I think they should be counted. Okay, let's count Beatrice. But Lambda and Burn are not in the game. They do not exist there. Okay, Saktaro 2? Sure, whatever. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18. Okay, they're not in the game, I should say. They're in the story, but they're not in the game. They're only watching from the meta layer. Beatrice is the only one that's in the game. Anjay is not allowed to participate in the game. She can't be a piece. Burn can't be a piece, and Lambda can't be a piece. They're only allowed to watch. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. And the corrosion hasn't just affected the number of people, but apparently their fashion sense as well. Wow! If the corrosion advances any further and even more weird people appear... I guess so, you're right. You're right. Oh, but Saktaro's dead, so he's not here. Unless we count the future, in which case, yeah, he's here. So again, 3 here, 7 here, that's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, no, not you, 14, 15, 16, 17. You're already in the story, so you don't count. 18, you can't be in the story twice. 18. And we're not counting the goats, because goats are, in theory, infinite amounts, so we can't really put them in the counts. And they're not named characters either. If the corrosion advances any further and even more weird people appear, just what in the world will they be wearing? So scary, I can't imagine. Seriously, give me a break. Don't make these weird guys increase in number anymore. I can't do that. They'll keep increasing more and more. I'll defile the foolish closed circle, rule humans speak of, over and over again. Welcome to my elegant game, Gap. It's been a long time, Beeche. Have you been well? Why do I ask? You look great. Have you gotten younger? You look 2 or 3 years younger than when I last saw you. Ah, I see. The demon grandfather had summoned and introduced the scout. Took a glance at me, and then grinned as though she'd figure something out on her own. That smile felt openly obscene. I guess she's Beto's friends. Which means she's gotta be a creep among creeps. By the way, they were saying something about a closed circle or whatever, but what does that mean? Serial murder mystery novels that occur in places isolated from the outside world, like Rokkenjima is now, are sometimes called closed circles. Since such a place is isolated from the outside, it's like a circle that's closed. Therefore, in general, the characters and suspects are limited in number. Having new suspect candidates added on one after another from outside the circle goes against the etiquette of mystery novels. In other words, the witch is probably trying to desecrate humans, and the mystery genre itself. You're Gretel? I see. You look like a wise kid. I love kids like you. You taste so sweet and tantalizing. Gross. Keep the jokes to your clothing. It's devilish, pretty, snewest, Jack the Ripper Christmas blood. Sorry for having a style that a country bumpkin from the human world couldn't understand, okay? At least we know it's well ventilated. Why don't you add a gap to the head part as well? Let a little air into your brain. Gap is always sensitive to the fashions of the spirit world, but this year's fat truly is bold. I think I'll order one sometime. For you, Richie? I'd recommend Ali Gray, Alice and the Graveyard. Let's go to 666 sometime, soon to look out the clothes. You really should drop by the spirit world every now and then. When this game is over, I'll be sure to do that. Phil, your two opponents are pretty cute, Richie. It looks like this kid has figured out the meaning of the corpses with their heads half smashed. Know what that is, girl? Just now, she told me to remember the first game. What did that mean? It's what it sounds like. Remember the first twilight of the very first game, when the adult corpses were found in the gardening shed with the magic circle drawn on it. Remember? Episode 1. The First Twilights. Kraus, Rudolph, Gideon, Rosa, Shannon, and Goda. All 6 of them had their heads pulverized and died. At that time, there were 2 types of corpses. Some had their faces pulverized, and some had half of their faces pulverized. That's right. The ones with their faces smashed were Rudolph, Gideon, Rosa, and Goda. The ones with the sides of their heads smashed were Kraus and Shannon. At the time, I quickly created 2 types of corpses, but I realized that the former, more atrocious type was actually disadvantageous for me. Disadvantageous for you? I see. So that's what this is. That's right. The smashed faces might look atrocious, but that made it hard to confirm the identity of each person. For example, at the time, Uncle Kraus and Shannon-chan had their heads half smashed. That alone was atrocious enough, but because half of their faces remained, it was easy to confirm that their identities. But that and the other 3 were different, because his face had been completely destroyed. Even I, as his son, could only guess by inference it had to be that because of his clothes and the like. In short, it remained vague until the end whether that really had been Dad's corpse. is this reasoning battle had taken place during the first game as well. I would probably have claimed that, since the identities of Dad and the rest of his bodies were impossible to confirm. There was a possibility that one was a fake corpse. After all, Beato didn't state anything in red during that game. Well done. Correct. A fake death is one of the basics of the mystery genre. Even if you make a doctor examine the corpse, you can't trust the result if you expect him of being the culprit's accomplice. Therefore, corpses that can't guarantee a death for certain are always disadvantageous for the witch's side. You can suspect fake deaths for all corpses, hypothesizing that one or more of them is the culprit for the crimes that follow. It's a move Battler doesn't like, but it's the most elementary move to use against a witch. Yeah, that's right. That's why Beato started using the red. With the red truth, she can carry out a perfect autopsy. That's how it is. Normally, for the first Twilights, I would use the red truth either way, confirming the death of these 6. However, as you know, my battle strategy this time is the complete opposite of previous games. And I'll now use red truth's starvation tactics. Since you use it as a grounding from which to counterattack, I will not use the red easily. I'll make you come apart at the seams by using red in just a single place, as rarely as possible. In the end, it means I will permit all rants regarding your guesswork for all the closed rooms. And I only have to smash one of those ones with the red truth. Even though you've always teased me, once I start counterattacking, you now hole up back inside your shell. Quit kidding around. At any rate, I do not want to use the red. I want to be stingy. I want to bully Battler. But how could I guarantee a death for certain without using red? I worried and worried over it. Then Gap gave me an idea. It truly is a simple method. I just pointed out something obvious and hit you with the idea, Richie. I simply said that you only had to create corpses whose identity could be distinguished and whose complete death would be understood. In short, I put those two things together. The phase which is necessary to distinguish their identity, and the pulverization of the head, the vessel for the soul, which is the perfect symbol of death. When I put those two parts neatly together, wonderful! I came up with the perfect dancer of corpses with their heads half smashed. I'll bet you love two-colored bread and two-colored ice cream. You're just like a greedy kid. At any rate, even if half of their heads are smashed, we shouldn't assume that they're dead at this point in time. I get it. Since Bato isn't trying to act tough and is refusing to say anything in red, you've got to suspect everything. Of course, I'm definitely not going to swallow the theory of magical mass murder by the Cheese Terrasna chance. You sure have gotten imprudent. If this were the first game, you would have swallowed everything. I wouldn't have anything left from a rival. Since there is fortunately no red now, he can imagine whatever he wants and reason over and over again as he likes. 7. At the very end, at the very sweetest spot, I'll cut him down at once with the red truth. Nice. We're back, guys. We're so back. We are so freaking back. 6 people died, and we did not shed a single tear. Silence. Black. Cold. Painful. Rosa regained consciousness bit by... Rosa? And the first thing she thought was that it would have been better if she hadn't. After all, with her body this cold and hurting, the pain grew the more her consciousness returned. It felt like she'd been sleeping on ice-cold marble in the darkness, lying face down for a long time. This is what I always tell myself. Even if it's just for a nap, I've got to at least grab a sofa. I know that if I naively try to close my eyes for just a second, and end up sleeping on the floor or in the study chair, it'll hurt my body later and make things difficult. Since I slept on such a cold and hard floor, even my bones are ice cold. Since I slept on such a hard and cold floor, the half of my face pressed down against it hurts a lot. If I were to look in a mirror right now, I'm sure I'd see an embarrassing mark. I didn't think that just rubbing it would make that mark disappear. But I stroked the hurting side of my face anyway, trying to smooth it over. I wonder where this is. I thought it was pitch black, but it looks like it isn't. After all, I can faintly see my own body. Without a doubt, there was some source of light. But even if I looked up at the ceiling, or else the sky, there was only an expanse of blackness and I couldn't see a proper light. My body alone was slightly lit, whereas everything else was sunk into darkness. That's what this world was like. It was almost as though Rosa alone had been abandoned in a forgotten world. As her mind grew clearer, she started getting nervous about why she was all alone in a lonely place like this. When she was about to call out, asking if anyone was there, she heard the patter, patter of footsteps coming towards her. They were light footsteps, so she thought it was probably a kid. She didn't sense anything disturbing, so she wasn't afraid. But they also weren't Maria's footsteps, so, wondering who in the world would be in the darkness like this, she stared in the direction the footsteps were coming from. As she did, a faint, approaching silhouette came into view. It looked like a child, much younger than Maria. Who is it? I don't know this kid. But the expression on his face was like a lost child separated from his parents. As a parent with a daughter herself, Rosa felt as though her chest had been torn apart. What are you... Ah! The instant the kid muttered that infantile word, she felt pain in the half of her face that had been started hurting from the cold floor, as though it had been pierced by long, thin, hard needles. Without thinking, she pressed her hand against that side of her face. Are you all right? Does it still hurt? Thanks, I'm fine, little guy. Where are we? It's really cold. Come this way. You mustn't stay here. That child took my other hand and pulled with a grim expression on his face. Rosa didn't have a clue what was going on. However, a single honest expression on a child's can often tell the truth better than 100 words from an adult. She didn't know the situation, but even so, she dashed along with him, still being pulled. But this was a world where nothing could be seen in the darkness except for their own forms. It didn't even really feel like she was moving forwards. Even though she was running, she couldn't even feel any wind. It was as though she was still inside a nightmare. That kind of unreal sensation. So even though I ran, I couldn't maintain my sense of balance, and my legs got tangled and I fell. Even in a world that didn't feel real, the pain of smashing my face against the cold, hard floor was reality itself. Are you okay? Ugh, I'm sorry, my head hurts. When the kid said that infantile word, Uryu, pain like being struck with needles ran through my head again. Even though it had only happened twice, I was somehow able to understand that the child's word was the cause of my pain. So I said so frankly, sorry, could you stop saying Uryu? Uryu? Wait a second, didn't I tell you to stop? Oh, sorry. I had the feeling that this child's apology caused a sharp pain in my heart at this time. What is this child's? I know there's no malice in him, but when I'm around this child, my head hurts. Are you okay? Let's go, quickly. You mustn't stay here. Why shouldn't I be here? Hey, where is this? Who are you? Where's your mama? The one who made me. Is you, mama. Huh? That child stared at me with round eyes. This kid's mama is me? Who? Who is this kid? I don't remember at all. Did you forget about me? You made me, right? Wait a second. Stop kidding around. Maria is my only child. That's right. Where is Maria? Where is she? Maria! I suddenly grew nervous about Maria not being there. Why am I all alone in a place like this? Where is Maria? I'm only able to be me because Maria's there for me. Maria is here. But she's not Maria now. It's better if you don't meet with her now. That's better for your sake. And Maria's as well. For Maria's sake as well. Escape. Huh? What are you saying? Where is Maria? Maria? Answer me! Maria's gonna find you. Come this way, quickly, Mama. A child pulled on my hand again. He was probably pulling me in the opposite direction from Maria. So I stopped walking. Let go! Just who are you? What gives you the right to call me Mama? Mama is the one who made me. Did you forget? For Maria's birthday presents, you made me with your own hands. Did you forget? You couldn't be. Maria's Saktaro? Yes. The lion stuffed animal Mama made. Ah! A fierce, sharp pain struck me. It came from the palm he had grasped with his hands. When I knocked his hand away without thinking, and looked at my palm, a hole the size of a thumb had opened there, and deep red blood gushed out. It was a hole so big that I could see through to the other side. What are you? Are you okay? Are you okay? What's wrong? Saktaro noticed my wound and panicked. As far as I could tell by looking at him, he couldn't understand why my hand had sustained a serious injury. But in my eyes, it felt like I'd been injured because he grabbed my hands. regardless of whether there was malice in him. I understood that this child was something that would do harm to me, and he instantly seemed eerie. Go away! You have nothing to do with me. Saktaro was just a disgusting, crappy, stuffed animal, right? I don't know you. I'm not your mama. Go away! Disappear! Slowly, the base of Saktaro's neck was sliced in a horizontal line. It gaped open, and pitch-black insides peeked out. No blood poured from it. Only an empty blackness peeked out. Then, from the insides of the gash, cotton snow poured out, and as bits of cotton scattered, he slumped over. Then all that remained was a crumpled yellow cloth, and bits of cotton that looked like sticky, crushed cotton candy. A lion stuffed animal, without a doubt. These were the remains of the Sakutaro stuffed animal I tore apart on that day, while overcome by my emotions. The instant I realized that, a long, sharp shriek that could rupture an eardrum tore the world apart. Yeah, we remember this. Like a flood from a broken dam, or like a broken TV. Maria cried out in a high-pitched voice. Her voice, which made the ears throb, brought up two emotions in me. One was regret. I need to make a new meme of the fucked up evil creature experiences remorse, but with Rosa. And this one's like actual, real. It was the mother's desire to kneel down right away, hold Maria's head, cry with her, and apologize. In actual fact, I did that right away. I held Maria's head and apologized, crying. But Maria didn't stop crying. On the contrary, she rejected me, the one who had torn her closest friend apart, and pushed me away forcefully with both hands. I had been on my knees in an unnatural position, so I fell backwards easily. Maria scraped together the yellow scraps of cloth and cotton bits, buried her face in them, and cried even more. Watching that, another emotion welled up. It welled up rapidly, and then it burst. After all, she refused to make up with me even though I'd apologized. And there was nothing else I could do now anyway. And it was all Maria's fault in the first place. Since she's too busy playing with stuffed animals all the time like this, she can't make any friends, and that's why people treat her like a freak. This is a perfect opportunity to give her some instructive guidance. After all, it's not like I was pampered all the time. Everything eventually breaks, is stolen, is destroyed by someone. Even I had lots of toys and treasures stolen, broken, mocked, and thrown away by my brothers and sister, and father and mother. She really is so good. I was worried when she got killed that we wouldn't see more of her on this episode. But they know she's too good to kill. But when I cried about that, well, I might have shed a few tears. Not once did a sob like this and trouble my parents. Throw a tantrum, get mad, hit the floor and kick and make a racket. Even though I always wanted to, I thought I'd get in more trouble if I did, so I always held it back. It's because I held it back that I was able to become the wonderful adult I am now. At that moment, I felt something strange. The same feeling as when you use a tool recklessly. And it finally breaks, so that only the base is left. But I wasn't using a tool. I'd just been repeatedly hitting Maria's head with both hands. So, I looked at my hands. From my wrist onwards, my hands had broken off, splintered, and disappeared. As though only that part of my arms had become ceramic. No, as though all of me from the wrist onwards had suddenly become ceramic, and had broken and fallen. They must have gotten filled with cracks because I hit Maria too much before falling off. After all, look, aren't both of my wrist lines smashed by my feet? There was no pain. But the shock inside of my hands breaking off from the wrist downwards made me scream. What is this? What is this? My hands! My hands! Ah! This way, you won't be able to hit me anymore. Ignoring my confusion, Maria spoke with an icy voice, slowly moving her hands away from her head, where they had been defending against my barrage. What's happening? My hands! My hands! What did you do, Maria? What is this? What on earth is this? Behind Maria's back, a black silhouette had appeared. It was the silhouette of an adult. Who? If she'd used those hands for patting her daughter's head, flipping through picture books, or making warm meals, it may have been worth leaving them on. Mama hit my head more than she patted it. She never opens picture books. She doesn't even make me food. I go to buy it myself. But I mustn't go to the same store more than once. Mustn't have my face remembered. Mustn't talk to the policeman. Why? Why is that? Is it my fault? Am I not allowed to have Mama pat my head? Have picture books read to me? Or eat dinner with Mama? Why not? Why not? I didn't do anything wrong. It isn't my fault. It's Mama's. Mama's fault. Mama wouldn't play with me, but Saktaro did. He even read books, watched TV, and ate meals with me. He was a much, much better friend than Mama was. I'm not proud of it. But what am I supposed to do? I'm busy with work. Work, I tell you. You know that, right? It was unavoidable. There's nothing I can do. True enough. It was unavoidable. Unavoidable that you'd injure your daughter, tearing her heart apart and making her tears run with blood. In that case, there's no avoiding the same thing happening again. Right here. Right now. Come, Maria. Enough of the excuses from a woman who calls herself a mother. Can you forgive her, or not? Is she innocent, or guilty? I won't forgive her. Mama's guilty. I'll make Mama meet the same fate she gave to Saktaro. Take Mama from the seam at the neck and tear her apart, so we can see the cotton inside her. Maria's eyes ominously flashed blue. In that instant, invisible, massive arms stuck their fingernails out and tightly grasped Rosa's entire body. As the bones all over her body made a sound like twigs being stepped on, they cracked readily and broke apart. Rosa had understood vaguely. The massive arms were probably her own arms from the time she torn Sakdaro apart. From a stuffed animal's perspective, her arms certainly would have been this massive. So she could imagine what would happen next. The sharp nails stuck deep into the base of her neck, and she heard the skin tearing with her own ears. Then, as the two witches watched over her, Rosa's flesh was split in two, top and bottom. When Sakdaro had been torn apart, bits of cotton had blown about like snowflakes. But in Rosa's case, something like black, thick tar came out, filthily flying all over the place. There wasn't even a trace of the red of blood. It was something black, filthy, and thick. It was probably what a bloodless, tearless human kept inside their body. This is incredible! Hideous! What filthy insides! Splendidly done, Maria. Well then, is this enough for your revenge? Can you forgive your mother, or not? Innocent, or guilty? I can't forgive her. Still can't forgive her. She's guilty! And Beatrice brandished her pipe cane. Cold butterflies seeped up and restored Rosa's broken flesh in an instant. Ugh! Feel the depths of your sin, which cannot be repaid by a single human life. Oh, it's been a while. Interstate passports. Okay, that one's a little bit something, I guess. Don't worry. I'll send you off with a smile. Farewell. But not funny. Come, try and remember. Remember the scale of your sin. Hello? Is it Mama? When will you get home? I'm sorry. I'm busy with work today, so I'm staying over. Staying over for work again? Looks like work is tough for you again today, Mama. Yeah. Sorry. I really am busy. I'll be holed up in the company the whole time. I can't even get a breath of outside air. Mama just can't finish her job quickly this time. Unless I give them a better design, I won't be given another job. That's how tough this work is. So it'll just have to take some time. Yeah. I understand. I'll be a good girl and watch over the house. So do your best at work, finish it quickly, and come back, okay? Thank you for understanding about Mama's work. I promise I'll buy a delicious cake tomorrow and take it home. I don't need a cake. Instead of taking time to go to the cake store, I'd be happier if you came home that much sooner. Don't worry. I'll come back quickly. I promise. So let's have some delicious cake together. Let's drink delicious tea together. Let's read a new picture book together. Let's play with that wolves and sheep puzzle I bought the other day. Both of us together. I promise. Yeah, promise. I'll be waiting. Do your best at work, Mama. Oh. It's a lonely story. But isn't this mother-daughter love wonderful? With both looking out for the other? Do you see any problem with it, Maria? Rosa. I kept that promise, didn't I? The next evening, didn't I do as I promised? Buying a cake and returning earlier than usual. That's not it. I knew. That evening, a pay-on-delivery package came for Mama. There wasn't enough money on the wallet. So I called Mama's company to ask what to do. I was told only to call at special times. But I thought it'd be bad if the package was something important for Mama's work. So I called. And I was told that Mama had the day off. I was told that it had been decided long ago that Mama would have that day off. And that she'd gone far away to play. I knew. The whole time. I knew Mama was lying. But you know what? Saktaro scolded me, saying that it wasn't true. Every day, Mama was very busy with work. There was no way she'd abandon Maria and play. He said that the person who told us Mama had the day off must have made some kind of mistake. That's what Saktaro said. So I believed it. I believed it. I love Mama. Love her. Of course. Mama says that she loves me. Loves me. Yes. Me too. I love you, Maria. Rosa let out a deep sigh. Maybe she felt the weight of her words. Then she set the receiver on the bedside phone down. The dark room made the starry sky on the ground below the window stand out even more beautifully. On the table in front of the terrace was a very cold wine cooler. And the one she shared a glass with was gazing at the scene below. You didn't tell your daughter you were on vacation. I told her once, but she was so noisy that I decided not to tell her anymore. It's less work that way. If you were worried about your daughter, you didn't have to force yourself to put this in your schedule, right? That way, we'd never get our schedules to match. Didn't I say not to worry about that? The slender, middle-aged man clad in white robe gave a small sigh. Rosa reacted instantly to that slight action. Come on, let's not talk about my daughter. It'd be a waste of this precious wine. I find you fascinating as both a woman and a human being. But for that very reason, I feel bad for about taking so much of your time that it's changed your relationship with your daughter. Don't I always tell you not to worry about my relationship with my daughter? I try not to talk about her when I'm alone with you, okay? I wouldn't even have phoned from here if it weren't for the noisy drunk laughing stupidly in the lobby downstairs. Rosa-san. Can't you reconsider taking sudden vacations like this in the future? For your daughter's sake. Your daughter, bro. Come on. Come on. Isn't it enough if we only meet when our schedules match? Our schedules will never match up that way, right? And I always want to be with you. That's a child's way of loving. Loving between adults should be a little more stoic. Not being able to be with you for long periods of time makes me lonely too. However, I think we can enjoy more than enough adult loving during that limited time. So you're telling me to go be with my daughter more. Be a mother, not a woman. That's what you want too, right? You must also want to spend lots of time with your daughter. I won't run away. trying to say that I think it's sad for you to sacrifice your daughter so you can prioritize your time with me. Did you get back on good terms with your wife? Looks like you had about enough of being separated from her. I don't want to talk about my wife. Just like you don't want to talk about your daughter. I'm sure you think single women with children are a pain. You're not woke? Yes. I've never said anything of the sort before. Whenever someone finds out I have a child, they desert me. Even if I tell them not to worry about paying the child's living expenses, they all desert me. I thought you understood about my daughter. But I guess you don't like single women with children after all. That's not what I'm saying. I haven't started to dislike you, Rosa-san. I'm just trying to tell you to take better care of our daughter. Our daughter! Something I know you wish for yourself. And I don't want you to hurt yourself by lying to her. All I'm saying. Liar. I've just become a burden for you, right? Not what I'm saying. No, I know. I understand. After being abandoned so many times because of that child, I know. I can tell by your mood, yes? You're already like those other men. You don't want a woman with a child. You don't want the divorcee. Because that's a pain. You don't want to become the parent of a child made with another man, right? Yes. It has to be a typo. Yes, that's right. I totally get it. I once went out with a man with children, so I really get how you feel. That's why I believed I'd be able to be together with you, a person who understood about my daughter. Ah! Right. You are always in the way. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing I'm imagining. Like, maybe he's saying our. I was saying, yeah, I'm willing to step in, you know? He's like, no, fuck you. I don't want to be with my daughter. If only you didn't exist, I would have been able to grasp my happiness as a woman long ago. Because you exist, you were always in the way of my happiness. Ma. Even I didn't want you to be born. No, that's not it. I thought I might be able to build a happy family together with you. But that man disappeared right before your birth. He said he'd build a one family with me, tricked me, and disappeared from my sight for all eternity. Only you were left. No love or memories or anything remained. Where'd that man go? He probably just turned my date with him into a warm memory and met with a new love. And this time he might have been able to create a happy family. And as for me, I have you. I can't even look for a new love. Men can go between women as they like and brag about it. For a woman, for me, I have you. I had you as a stone weight, and because of you I can't search for romance. I can't find love, and I can only live alone. No, I wasn't even allowed that. I wasn't even allowed a night to drink myself drunk all alone. Who are you? Who? You wasted my life. I won't even let me have a new life. Just who are you to my life? Die, disappear. I've hated you since the time you were born. I've hated you since the time you were in my womb. I've been doing my best to act like a good mother so that it'd be accepted by the outside world. Yes, I've done my best. As I watched other women of my generation praise being single, sometimes play with passion or even being joined with someone in love, I was stuck being both a mother and a woman. Whoever showed appreciation for my efforts, no one admired me, no one praised me. I got what I deserved. Second-hand goods. Divorcees should die. You don't want anyone who's not a virgin? I'm the one who doesn't want anything to do with you, you damn inexperienced virgin brats. I was so desperate. Probably looked like an easy woman to you. Yes, I was desperate. You probably couldn't imagine how desperate a woman like me, who's still at the age where she wants to know love, was. When I realized that my time was being filled with work and caring for my child, that I'd probably grow old and end my life still like this. Of course I hate your real father too. But we both share the blame for bringing about that catastrophe. I myself might have been persistent enough to make him run away. But the catastrophes after that were all your fault. When did I ever scold you for that? Never, right? The day after one man left me, when I wanted to drink myself dead drunk, was Parents' Day at your school. When I tried to hide my tear-strained eyes with heavy makeup. The way I felt when you said something off the mark and the whole class laughed at you. It's something that not only you, but probably everyone in the world couldn't understand. I hate you. Loathe you. And until now, I've never really loved you even once. Ah! Maria's face was still stiff. If the words really had been blades, Maria's whole body would probably be stained with fresh blood by now. Even after gaining the power of a witch and resolving herself to take revenge for Sakdao, she couldn't stand these curses coming out of her mother's mouth. Mama! Ugly. Ah, how ugly is a woman drowning in lust. Now you see this woman's true nature. Even I, as a witch who has explored the depths of evil, find this most difficult to watch. Ah. Maria, now is the time to part from her. Smash the ugly lump of meat that calls herself your mother. It would be pointless for your pure soul to be bound by the chains between mother and daughter any longer. With your own hands, release your own soul now. You have now gained the tooth and claw to protect yourself. Oh! Now you'll taste the pain I had to go through. Now I'll take your revenge for those days of suffering. Aren't you the one who's been hurting me? I'm the one who wants revenge. I should have done that before you were born. If only you hadn't been born. Disappear! Ah! Ah! As Rosa howled, in a way that can only be described by the word splat, her upper body was crushed, and in an instant became something similar to a wrong, blood-stained towel. Be crushed. I can't forgive you. Can't forgive you. What filth? That form suits you. Even though Rosa's waist and below was standing normally, just the upper half of her body had been pinched, and that extreme contrast was bizarre. Then she fell over. But the instant she fell, her body was restored. You die! Come, Maria. Is this the limit of your anger and sadness? Now is the time for revenge. Time for the settlement of anger and sadness. Hit her! Spit it out! Push out all the wedges driven into your chest and fling them back at her. Maria's howl was adorned with the ugly sound of flesh and bone being crushed at the same time. As Rosa, who had foully insulted Maria, lay spread-eagled, a neat, perfect circle was cut out of her chest and crushed, as though her chest had been trampled by an invisible elephant. Her heart and her lungs and her ribs were trampled so mercilessly that they were completely indistinguishable. It might have symbolized the pain in Maria's heart up until today. So, Maria, are you satisfied now? Can you forgive your mother for her sin? Or not? Innocent? Or guilty? I can't forgive her. Not yet. Not yet. Mama is guilty. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Can't forgive her. Indeed. How could this level of punishment compare to the bitter days you suffered through? Know it, Rosa. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Revive in order to be killed. Be killed over and over so that your sins can be purified. When Beato waved her cane, the body was restored again. And Rosa sat up, coughing violently in apparent pain. And once again, she spat out curses rejecting Maria. You aren't Mama. You're a witch tormenting me and Mama. I won't forgive you just because you look like Mama. I won't forgive you. You're the witch, aren't you? Always reading creepy books and pretending to play with witches. You're the one who should disappear. Because of you, even if I'm treated like a freak. Because of you, because of you! If only you hadn't been born. Don't be born. I've hated you since before you were born. Maria screamed. Was she unable to bear her anger and sadness? Or else, had she been taken over by an indescribable emotion? It was surely a cry of hopelessness. And yet, it was a reality that had to be accepted. Maria knew. She knew that she was thought of as a burden. But even though she herself had known that, she didn't believe it. She had believed that her mother loved her, and had done her best to possibly interpret several events that could have made her doubt this. Trusting and clinging to her mother's love. But she had no one except Mama. Even so, she really did like Mama, and wanted to return to the days when she believed that Mama loved her. So I howled. I'll erase all of it. I won't accept it. I'll deny it. I'll deny the mother who says these things, the black witch who makes her say them, and the part of myself that can forgive my mother. But I can't deny it. This is reality, fact, the truth, the answer. Without any mistake, this is absolute reality. Maria turned Rosa into a lump of meat, over and over. Over and over, in the dark world that reflected her heart. Rang the ugly sound of flesh and bone being torn apart, which would make anyone want to cover their ears. Each time, Beatrice revived Rosa. She dragged her back into the world of endless torture, which could not be escaped from even by death. This was the true, deepest hell that the endless witch Beatrice could create. However, this world was not made endless by Beatrice's will. Because every time Rosa turned into a lump of meat, she asked the same question to Maria. Are you satisfied, Maria? Can you anger forgive your mother yet? How could I forgive her? How could I forgive her? I won't forgive her. I'll teach all of you my pain. Teach you much, much more. It's still not enough, not close to enough. Since I was born, since before I was born, I can't get rid of the anger and sadness of being neglected so long. I hate you. Hate you. Revive over and over again. Return to a meat lump over and over again. In various ways, she crushed, smashed, beats, and tore to bits. Flying blood spatter and flesh turned the once pitch-black world into a world with mixed red and black. Maria's anger still hadn't calmed down. It was as though she was spitting out all of the suppressed rage from the time of her birth until today. If that all became poison to her heart, then would the repeated murder of her mother purify her soul? Would even this wasteful murder save her soul, at least a little bit? This endless torture might have become a slight diversion from her sad, unrewarded life. After all, it seemed that she'd finally been able to regain her smile. Learn it. You, the source of my unhappiness. Learn it. Learn that what you're feeling is nothing compared to my pain. What's wrong? Why'd you stop laughing? Try and laugh. Half of her skull collapsed. Eyeballs flew out and black cranial fluid gushed. Fragments of teeth scattered. Come on, revive. Try and laugh. Come on. Come on. Her whole chest along with her ribs turned inside out, exposing her filthy innards. All of them writhed like some kind of impure creature. Come on. Come on. Come on. Revive. Can you still laugh? Can you still laugh? Rosa couldn't laugh anymore. But her face was laughing. It was filled with a twisted laugh, and covered with a malice that rejected her unwanted daughter. I erased that laughing voice. Next, I'll erase that laughing face. I'll erase it. I'll crush it. I'll tear it to bits. Laugh. Try and laugh, Mama. What's wrong, Mama? Let's wake up. Read a picture book and go take a walk. Let's say we love each other. Make a promise for next Sunday. Let's go shopping. Let's go to the movies. And of course you'll break that promise. Isn't it fun, Mama? Isn't it fun? I'm playing with Mama now, right? That's right! You are now playing with your mother, having fun with her. Tell me how you feel right now. I don't believe it's anger or sadness or pain. Yeah, that's right. I get it, Beatrice. I'm having a lot of fun now. I'm playing with Mama, so it's tons of fun. And even though I'm killing Mama over and over again, she can be revived with just a single bit of magic. I took care of my toys because I couldn't fix them if they broke. But if the toy could be fixed, I want to break it over and over again. But Sakdaro won't be fixed. He can't be fixed. Because Mama made him. Mama, who gave her to him, won't acknowledge him. I wasn't acknowledged by Mama either, was I? So the broken Maria won't be fixed either. It's fun. It's fun, Mama. Since it's gotten so fun, I'm somehow starting to feel that I could forgive you. Hey, Pato, this is a very strange feeling. Why? Why am I starting to feel like I can forgive Mama? That enlightened state is only reached by witches who have gained the power to control life and death at will. You can kill at any time. You can revive her if needed. If that's a pain, then it's alright to kill her again. Once you've learned that you can do this at any time by simply snapping your fingers, all nonsense spoken in the world of humans becomes a chirping of instinct that isn't worth listening to. You didn't begin to think about forgiving your mother because your eyes were open to your mother's love. It was because now, you stand at the entrance to the world of true witches. Welcome, Maria, to the profound and sweet world of witches. I've done it. Maria is no longer Maria. I may still be an apprentice, but I've surpassed the human worlds. I am now the apprentice witch of origins, Maria. There's nothing to frustrate me, nothing to make me sad. Mama, I'll forgive you. I'm sure I can forgive you. I think I'll be able to forgive you after doing just a bit more. After all, I'm a witch. Maria would probably forgive her mother eventually, after brutally murdering her countless times. Graciously. Whoa, that last thunder was loud. You're right, Battler, it was pretty loud. Must have been pretty close, right? Looks like it. No matter how old you get, thunder still makes you jump. Who's this guy? That's Battler. Where I realized I might be older than... maybe. The other day somebody told me how old Rosa was according to some source that I don't know of. I won't tell you the number because then you'll be doxing your own age. And for some reason I'm really conscious about that. Battler was looking at the dark night through a crack in the curtains. Every once in a while a pale white lightning bolt would shine and he seemed to be enjoying it. Oh? Look! You were so noisy you woke Maria up. What's the left digit, at least? Do you want me to tell you the left digit? I can tell you that much. Sorry, Maria. Sorry, Battler's so freaking loud. What the hell? So it's my fault? Sorry, Maria. It's okay to go back to sleep. Good night. Maria was a bit hazy with drowsy eyes. She was probably half asleep and couldn't think straight. Oh. That's okay. I won't sleep. Nah, go ahead and sleep. You're still half asleep, aren't you? I'm not half asleep. Ugh! Come on, you're totally half asleep, aren't you? Sleep, sleep! I'm not half asleep. Not half asleep. Ugh! Ugh! Quit it, stupid Battler. Sheesh, what are you thinking? Getting a kid who's just woken up into a bad mood. I'm not half asleep. Not half asleep. Oh! I understand, Maria-chan. You aren't half asleep. So calm down. Not half asleep. Not half asleep. Oh! Oh! Maybe it was because of her delicate mental state after waking up. But Maria suddenly threw a tantrum. Battler had only been trying to tease her a bit. So he was confused by this extreme overreaction. George held her head, trying to calm her down, but Maria's tantrum wasn't going to be quelled easily. Battler and Jessica were trying to push the blame on each other, saying it's your fault. It's your fault too. Hey, quiet you two. Jessica-chan, there was still some hot water in the pot, right? Could you make some tea for her? Did you calm down, Maria-chan? Oh. It looked like her tantrum was dying down bit by bit. But he still glared at Battler, who had made fun of her with sharp eyes. Battler-kun was just kidding around. He doesn't really think you're half asleep. So calm down, okay? George noticed. Maria was staring at Battler with incredible eyes. And despite just displaying all that emotion, she laughed in a small voice. Instead of a laugh. It seemed more like she was muttering while thinking about, or else counting each he. As though each time she said he, something brutal would happen over and over. George felt something creepy for just an instant. But he couldn't spot the madness that peeked out of the depths of the girl's eyes for just a moment. After a short period of stunned silence on George's part, Maria stopped her desire, quiet laughed, and pushed George's arm aside, as though telling him to let go. Oh, I'll forgive him. Really? You're such a good girl, Maria. Battler-kun, Maria-chan forgave you. Make up. Yeah, sorry for teasing you. Forgive me. Hey, Maria. Let's make some cafe au lait as a sign that you're made up. I'll put in lots of sugar, so it'll be sweet. I don't need it. But I'll forgive you. Because I'm a witch. One more time. Maria laughed in a creepy, quiet voice. But it was only for a very short time, so Battler and Jessica didn't think much of it. They decided to think that it had probably only looked that way when the lightning lit her cheek with a pale, white light for an instant. At that time, they could hear the sound of loud footsteps coming from the hall. It was already about 10:30, late at night. Late at night is usually a time when you aren't supposed to be disturbed. Hearing footsteps like that at this time was far from calming. Then, along with a clearly ominous knock that repeated fiercely, they could hear Golda and Kumasawa's voices. That clearly told them that this was an abnormal situation. Children, are you there? Are you there? It's Goda. It's me, Goda. You know. You love Goda. Kumasawa, is everyone okay? Ah, what has happened? What has happened? When George opened the door, the two of them tumbled in, sopping wet. Sopping wet. It looked like they had dashed here from the mansion without an umbrella. Everybody loves Goda. Well, what's going on, you two? Did something happen? It was the master and Krautsama and everyone. Oh, whoa. I was not expecting the scene to end just like that, honestly. So, I'm not saying this because I'm done, because I'm gonna go for longer. But I just want to point out. Last stream I said, oh, maybe next time we'll be done. And it's been 3 hours, so we're closer to the end of this stream than we are closer to the beginning. We're nowhere near the end. I can tell you that much. There's still so much left. I don't even think we're gonna be able to finish next time either. It was a pitch black room. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was... Oh, maybe if I extend it to like 8 hours like the other insane stream that I did. But no, I think we're still missing a lot. Like, a lot. Like, for one, when I said that, oh, we're almost done, I completely forgot that Gap was a character that was gonna be introduced this episode. I was like, oh, wait, shit. No, never mind. There's still a million things left in this episode. This scene that you just saw, uh, no, we're not gonna go 8 hours for sure. Even if we went to 8 hours, we wouldn't finish. I didn't forget Gap. I forgot that Gap was introduced on this episode. Uh, and this scene that we just did, the awesome scene with Rosa and Maria, I completely forgot about it. Like, straight up. I was like, yeah, there's never any sort of catharsis for the whole situation. Now it's gonna be a normal stream length. 4 hours and then we call it. So probably this scene and then we're done. Because usually these take a whole hour. Also, I need to go to the bathroom because I've been drinking so much water, so... I'll be right back. I've returned. Have you? I was thinking about it. You know that part where we make like a small parenthesis where it's where uh Andre just kind of leaves the room. She's like, I can't watch this shit. It disgusts me. And she leaves for a little while, and it's like, oh, but Beato's about to explain things. The cool conference is about to begin. They're like, I don't need to watch this shit. I'm leaving. And she has her brief 8 hour long parentheses where she's just dealing with all her stuff. And she comes back, and basically the story hasn't advanced at all. So I'm thinking maybe they were being nice and were like playing video games while they waited for Anjay to return. Sorry, I mean Gretel, not Anjay. It was a pitch black room. There were no windows, and with the weak light bulb, one could just barely make out the state of things around them. It appeared to be an old, forgotten underground storage room, with some kind of dusty furniture haphazardly thrown into it. The dungeon. However, even with just a little light, one could at least make out that it probably wasn't a storage room. After all, that room was sealed off with iron bars. Where is this? I don't know. Could this be underneath the mansion? Has there always been a room like this directly underneath the dining hall? They had dropped into what appeared to be a pit. I completely messed up that sentence. Let me try again. They had dropped into what had appeared to be a pit, falling into this room. Therefore, it was natural to assume that this room was directly under the dining hall. However, not even Kraus could bring himself to believe that there were pitfalls rigged in this beloved dining hall, where he had enjoyed his meals for years, his delicious meals, and that this dungeon-like room lay directly beneath it. But the ceiling above was of crude stone craftsmanship, and they couldn't understand how they could have fallen from somewhere up there. No, all 5 people who had been dropped here thought the same thing, although they'd had the sensation of falling into a pit. There was no way there could be pitfalls in the dining hall, nor could this dungeon-like place be directly under it. But the truth was that they had actually fallen into this place and were locked in. So, they were confused. It is lucky that not one was hurt after falling from such a height. Shannon, Cannon, did either of you two know about this room? No, we did not know of this room either. Really? Really? We really don't know about a room like this. Despite their age, Kiria apparently wouldn't have found it odd if they, as servants allowed to wear the one-winged eagle, might know of the mansion's secret tricks. There was a long silence, as if Kraus was evaluating their answer. No, it's probably true that they don't know. After all, this is a clean freak Shannon we're talking about. The freak Shannon. If she knew about this room, she'd probably scrub this place until it was sparkling. The filth of this room is proof that you two don't know of it. More importantly, I think we should worry about what to do next. Exactly. We need to call the police, or rather administer first aid as soon as possible. Nanjo's words were hollow. Obviously, 6 people had been killed in the dining hall. Everybody had seen the exact moment when they'd been killed, and since half of their heads had been destroyed, anyone could tell that their deaths had been instant with just a single glance. Everyone understood that first aid no longer held any meaning. Thank you, Dr. Nanjo. We already understand that our partners are no longer alive. Thanks for trying to console us by mentioning first aid. Natsuhi. Once again, a gloomy silence dominated the atmosphere. The crowd shook his head harshly over and over, and for the time being, decided to forget the pain of losing his wife and to dedicate himself to figuring out where they were. Everyone, listen to me. Father is hopeless now. We passed the point of searching for a reason or an explanation that can be expressed in words. Nobody answered. Without any kind of discussion or mercy, 6 people had been killed in an instant. And Ginzo had been so bold as to proclaim that we welcome sacrifices for a ceremony involving 13 murders. Am I wrong, or is Nanjo the only adult that has never died in the first Twilights? Actually, he almost always survives until very close to the end. And yeah, like, if he survives the first one, just by the nature of the second Twilight, he would have to survive that one as well, because he's not close to anybody in the island. Well, I guess you could say he's close to Kinzo. But that has never occurred. Since we've been locked up in this place. We too will probably become the ceremony's next sacrifices soon. They're lovers, okay. You're right. So yeah, in theory it could happen. It could work out. Around this time, our eyes became used to the darkness. Oh, it couldn't work out, I see. And bit by bit, we were able to understand more about the dungeon's interior. What we thought was furniture haphazardly left in the dungeon turned out not to be furniture at all. They were things like small cages to lock people in, restraints, or else torture racks. At any rate, it was obvious that this was eerier than a mere jail cell, since the objects were rusted together and coated in thick dust. There was no doubt that they had been forgotten. Maybe you could even call these things Ginso's sealed and forgotten madness. I don't think Ginso's madness is sealed or forgotten. However, we had been locked away in this room. Those objects weren't exactly comforting to people who were locked up, hoping to be released without harm. At any rate, let's get out of here. We've lost loved ones and friends and would like to spend some time shedding tears. More than that, I'm worried about the children. I wonder if the children are safe. All we can do is pray. Come to think of it, Mozawa and Gora aren't here. Perhaps they were able to get away safely? You never know. It would be a relief if they were able to meet up with the children. When the going gets tough, Gora-san is reliable, and Kumasawa-san is knowledgeable and calm. I'm sure they'll be able to help with the children. Yes, it certainly would be comforting. Shannon and Krau smiled bitterly a little. But they quickly realized how improper that was and stopped, clearing their throats. We can't be optimistic, Ne-san. There's a chance they've already been attacked after we were. I agree. What Father carried out in the dining hall was the 6 murders of the first Twilight from the Witch's epitaph, right? Then, Second Twilight is to tear apart the two who are close. We can't deny the possibility that Koda-san and Kumasawa-san may have been killed after escaping together. That would be taking the meaning of the two who are close very literal, I guess. And at that point, it feels like there's no point in making that statement in the epitaph is, oh yeah, you just need to kill two people that are literally together at the moment you kill them. I feel like there has to be a little bit more for it to count. We can't cling to the optimistic idea that they must have gone into the guest house and are protecting the children. Kiria coldly analyzed the worst case scenario. For her, it was heartbreaking to have lost her beloved husband. Oh yeah, I can tell. Disagree. So you think it's fine if you just take two people who are together? Literally? Oh yeah, you're right. As long as the people who you kill aren't discovered, you can do it in whichever order you want. I think you can kill anyone and it's okay. No, but the rules, guys. You have to follow the rules. Me being Beatrice talking to you as if you were Eva. No, guys. You need to follow the rules. There is a certain etiquette. You can't just do whatever you want. You're like, whatever, Grandma. But right now, the most important thing was protecting that husband's son. Along with the other children. No! Along with the other children from becoming the insane family head sacrifices. She overcame her sadness with the parental urge to protect children from sorrow. I feel like the narration here is doing some heavy lifting, but okay. You don't understand how sad Kirie is right now, okay? She's fucking destroyed by the fact that Rudolph is dead. And then you just show her fucking face here. Completely stone-faced. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was a misunderstanding. Yeah, this is about the game. It seemed that both Kirie and Kraus were strong enough to forget about their spouses, I mean grief, if only for the time being. They would let their tears flow later. Yeah, sure, later. In order to protect the children, they had to act. Anyways, let's get out of here. It seems to be a rather old cell. Couldn't we break the bars with something? She's woke and hates women. True. Let's try searching the entire room for some way to escape. I wonder if there are any torture tools lying around all these torture cages. They might be useful as weapons or to break the bars. Kiria pulled a lighter from her pockets. She herself didn't smoke, but she kept one tucked away in her pocket to light Rudolph's cigarettes. Oh, just like in episode 3. A persistent clue. It was an extremely valuable source of light for searching in this dim dungeon. Shannon, help Kiria-san search the room. Kanon, you help me check out the bars. It is a very old cell. The bars could be loose. What should I help with? Please just keep up your strength. Father will probably come soon. You're the only one whose words will reach him. In a way, you might be holding our lives in your hands. My words will no longer reach him, I think. I'm sorry, but I don't believe I will be of any use. Then lend us your expertise as a doctor. I wonder if there exists a drug that can make people instantly faint. A drug that makes people instantly faint? What are you talking about? We believe we fell through a pit and landed in this dungeon. In that panic-stricken moment, that's what we believed happened. But I measured the breadth of this room and came to a realization. This dungeon can't be underneath the dining hall. Why do you say that? Whoa! You're an idiot, Nessan. Compared to the dining hall, this dungeon is too cramped. Exactly. The first person to fall was Kraus Nissan. The second was myself. And you fell into this room. Did you move from that spot, Kraus Nissan? It's embarrassing to say, but the landing hurt, and I lay there groaning in pain. Immediately after that, Kirie-san came crashing down next to me. Canon cruelty moments, yeah. The distance between where we were standing and the places where we landed is clearly off. Certainly, when you put it that way. I was the next to fall, so I remember fairly well where the two were standing. The distance between you two and the dining hall might have been greater than this entire room. We fell into a pit and directly dropped down here. It's not like we fell into multiple interlocking pipes and we're all collected here. All was instant, wasn't it? I remember rolling around in some sort of elaborate water pipe system. Some sort of fish tube. True. We can't explain it with a pitfall. What a strange tale. What does that have to do with a drug that makes people instantly faint? Like Kirie-sama was talking about. Kirie-sama is probably thinking that there were no pitfalls in the dining hall. Correct? But in reality, we did fall. More accurately, we felt as though we fell into pits. That was only natural. After all, we experienced something that couldn't be described any other way. I see. In other words, this is what you want to say. We did not fall into pits. We were attacked with something like a blow dart, for example, and lost consciousness instantly. It could be that we just remember the instant we fell to the floor, as though we were falling through a pit. I see. That's a much more persuasive argument than there being numerous pitfall traps in the dining hall that we've never noticed, even after decades sitting there. Nesan, do you have a watch? Huh? Yes. I have a pocket watch. It's about 10:40. Yes. My watch says the same. In short, it's only been a bit more than 10 minutes since he operated in the dining hall, at most. My watch has the same time. It's too short a time to knock us out and carry us somewhere. Judging only from the time, it's reasonable to assume that we did fall through a hole leading directly underneath the dining hall. They could have tampered with the watch hands as much as they wanted. While we were passed out, they may have wounded everyone's watches back. We're incapable of proving that this possibility doesn't exist. Whether it was a pitfall or a drug that induces fainting. Does not change the fact that we need to be on guard. What year is it? Hang on. 1986. Well, according to this, the digital watch was invented in the 70s, so she could have a digital watch. She could be a very modern girl who has a digital watch. Analog watches can also have AM PM. Ah, you're right. A digital watch doesn't really fit with Shannon's aesthetic. Well, she liked it, okay? She's a little bit tech savvy sometimes. Maybe George gifted the watch to her and she couldn't say no. Like, oh, you love watches, right? I got a new watch for you. He's like, oh, thank you. And she couldn't like say, oh, I don't like this. So, and now she has to wear it. Well, Dr. Nanjo, is there a drug that can do that? Well, it's the same as your reasoning, Kiria-san. I cannot prove that there isn't a drug with that effect that I don't know about. As they say, you can never be too careful. Sorry, it was a useless question. I just thought that with my hypothesis, I could suggest this dungeon might not necessarily be directly underneath the dining hall. I see. There's always a possibility that we were carried off to the hidden mansion they say Father built in the middle of the forest. Whoa, that was crazy. Nanjo transformed into Krau's half sentence when I realized that it wasn't Nanjo speaking. If we can escape from here and get outside, then we'll know. We'll save worrying about that until after we get out. Exactly. I'm truly sorry. I've only been asking about and prying into useless things. Good Nanjo impression, Kraus. Yeah. No, it's quite promising. If you notice anything else, please tell us. It might become a hint to escaping from here. Riddle was always talking about you. He said he was always surprised by your ideas, and they would sometimes give him valuable hints. The fact that you're here is a blessing within a tragedy. Thank you. I heard something from Riddlesoft as well. He said that you usually just swagger about, but when things get serious, you can overflow with a sense of responsibility, and can be a very dependable older brother. That's too kind. Damn it. At any rate, these iron balls won't even budge. How are things on your end, Canon? No, this side is no better. Krause and Canon tried wiggling the bars in various ways. There were a few bars that could be twisted, and a few had enough space to rattle a little bit around in. But they couldn't be broken with human strength alone. Twisted? The blunt stash, yeah. This is where Kinso kept it. I'm imagining. Do you remember the play places like the ones you see in like McDonald's or places like that where they had like bars that were shaped like this, like in a square grid, but they were made of rubber, so you could like bend them a little. I'm imagining that. However, there was still hope that they could use some kind of lever-like tool. It was still far too early to give up yet. The children's lives were hanging in the balance. Even if there was no hope, they couldn't stop their struggle. And it was better for them to act this way. Yeah, lever-like tool. Like a crowbar, I guess. If they were to stop, they'd no doubt once again be overcome by the grief of losing their loved ones and curl up, clutching their knees. How are you doing, Kiria-san? Find anything? I found some small stones that we could hold onto and hide. Something like this could probably be used as a weapon. Though it'd probably be impossible to whittle down these iron bars with them. How about you, Shannon-chan? No, nothing. This is a phone. I doubt it's connected. But we might be able to use the cord as some form of string-based weapon. If we break it, we could take out the metal parts. Krasny-san, there's a keyhole for opening the bars, right? Yes. It's a pretty large hole. Quite old-fashioned. If we twist some wire into it, you might just be able to pick it. You might be able to use the metal parts of the phone as a substitute for something. This phone will become our weapon. It's just like investing. Our weapon is information. Kraz and Kiria laughed together at how they hadn't even thought of using the phone as a means of communication. What are you doing, Nessan? I just wondered if maybe the phone was working. You dummy, Nessan. Huh? What? At that point, Shannon let out a small, surprised cry. Kiria-sama, this phone, it's connected. What did you say? It was like when people move out of an office, taking everything with them, leaving only the telephone behind. That's the feeling the phone gave off, having been left in the corner of the cell. The cord was wound into a coil, the tip of it being swallowed by the wall. This is the first bop we've heard in like 3 streams, right? Because all of the music that we've heard is like really depressing shit, basically. Or very soothing music. No bops. Just looking at it, there was no reason to assume that it wasn't hooked up. Oh wait! You're specifically doing the dance because it's the song that you've been practicing, I forgot. The song that you certainly mastered by now. But to think that it actually was. Kiria took the receiver from Shannon and pressed it to her ear. No! Apparently the electric hum of a phone was a familiar sound. And this phone was certainly live. What good luck! Let's contact the police! Hold on. This is too good to be true. Could it be bugged? If they were planning a trick like that, normally they would cut the telephone line. Oh, new face for Kiria? She's never done this face. There's actually a good possibility that they overlooked this. If they notice, they might actually cut the line this time. There's nothing we could tell the police that would be problematic for us if they overheard. Surely that's what's true. The point of a wiretap is to overhear some important piece of information. But the way things were right then, she couldn't think of a single thing that would come up in a conversation to the outside world that might be troublesome to have overheard. Kiria instantly concluded that it was more likely to be a mistake on Kinsu's part than a trap. You do have a point. I believe you start with 0 to make calls through the external line. Shannon-kun, I'm going to make a phone call. So will you watch how things are out there for me? If you send somebody coming, let me know. Yes. Shannon raised up towards the iron bars. Silence his breathing and strained his ears. As everyone present watched her, Kiria dialed 110 110? They just said to start with a 0. However, she pushed the hook down and redialed many times. It didn't seem to be working very well. The outside line begins with a 0? 110 would be 0, 110 then, right? It doesn't seem to want to go through. And then over here. I'll try to call. Kraus took the receiver in Kiria's place and tested various things. But in the end, they were unable to notify the police. The phone itself was definitely live, but the circuit was apparently cut somewhere. Does this mean that they were not so naive? So it's useless after all. It means our enemies aren't naive either. Kiria let out a deep sigh, leaned against the wall, and hung her head for a while. As cool thinking as she was, for a brief moment, she may actually have done the naive hope that the phone might actually work. She sneered at herself mockingly for holding on to that naive hope for even a single moment. Then, she remembered just what was happening here. Truth be told, even after being shown a scene like that before her eyes, or rather, exactly because of that, she still couldn't think of that gruesome mass murder as something real. It was less that she couldn't believe it, and more that she didn't want to. Yoshida Kinso killed 6 family members. He summoned strange, witch-like, demon-like people, right out of thin air. And with something like magic, began to kill people one after another. It's just also screwed up. Even though she definitely saw it, there was no way she could accept that spectacle. There's no way that's what happened. Those were obviously father's friends or something. They just hid somewhere in the dining hall beforehand and used some tricks to appear suddenly and fool us. But when those 6 had their heads blown apart, a golden arrow had flown around and around the room. You think Kinso has woman friends? Because, like, most of those people were women, except for Ronov. That actually looked like magic. Was that another thing we just saw wrong? There's no way it was magic. It was definitely some kind of setup. I mean, the whole reason Kinso is doing this is because his only woman friend dumped his ass. Since those heads were smashed, there's no doubt it was some kind of explosive. Oh yeah, the famous bomb barrels from Zelda. For example, a styrene toy plane like they sell at candy stores. Painted gold. And with a powerful explosive loading onto the end of it. What? What are you talking about? However, though, it had seemed to be flying about at random. Kiria couldn't imagine that after being fired 6 times, each time had perfectly hit the victim square in the head, one after the other. It couldn't be that there was a computer control system for finding and hitting targets. Making it a high-tech styrene plane on the same level as a high-end missile, right? Okay, hold on. I feel like we were making a big fuss about Battler's twisted logic, and then we see Kiria's logic, and it's like, okay, well, I guess he's not the only one, and he probably got it from somewhere. Would he invest such a large amount of money into developing some stupid trick like that? For that insane sideshow? Does this take us back to the old, I wouldn't put it past father? A number of mysterious people appeared out of thin air. He does. 6 people had their heads demolished by mysterious golden flying objects. And the 5 of us were locked away in a mysterious dungeon by a mysterious set of pitfalls. Or else put to sleep by some fainting poison darts. The family conference started a bit after 10 o'clock. It's only been more than 30 minutes since then. Most likely. Even though I witnessed it myself. That event took place in such a short period of time. So I still can't understand it. I still can't come to grips with it. For argument's sake, even if we did get a hold of the police, it would probably be impossible for anybody to accurately explain what we saw. Even though I saw it just now, my brain's fried, and I have no confidence in what I saw myself. Kiria tried her hardest to cheer herself out of her overwhelming confusion, to just hold on to her sanity. Damn it! What's going on here? Damn it! Damn it! Krause started to become desperate, hitting the hook multiple times and resetting the dial. Krause had also been feigning composure, but he was unable to hide his panic. The more he retried the dial, the more the pretense of serenity peeled away. I don't know what's going on anymore. Kiria couldn't help but pray that the events that had just occurred were a dream. At the time, the look on Krause's face changed. Oh, I got through. I got through. It's ringing. Really, Krause-san? Hey, a shallow old man. We can't contact the police. The external line has probably been cut, but he failed to sever the internal line. The internal line? Krause-san, where did you call? The guest house. I'm calling the room where Jessica and the rest are staying. Ah? Hello? Oh? Me? You're... Koda? Is Jessica there? Is she safe? Pro-sama! I'm so glad you're safe. Yes. Lady Jessica and the other children are here as well, safe and unharmed. Dad! Is it Dad? I'm so glad you're okay. Is Mom okay? Is she there? Here. Krause choked on his words. Krause had clearly seen Natalie's head crushed, had seen her killed right before his eyes. Eventually, he was going to have to tell that to Jessica. However, Krause began to fret over whether he should tell her now or not, and lost his words. But even that was an answer under these circumstances. I don't know about your mother. Let's pray for her safety. For now, I'm just glad you're safe. Yeah. I understand. I'm sorry for asking. Jessica's voice was filled with tears. Krause was certain now. Jessica and the rest had heard everything. Start to finish after meeting up with Koda and Kumasawa at the guest house. When they learned that 6 people had been killed, they must have been anxious to rush over to the dining hall. Luckily, he'd been able to call before they stormed off towards the mansion. Krause was relieved at this good timing during such a tragedy. We have Kiria-san and Dr. Nanjo, as well as Shannon and Canon here. We've been locked in a place that's like a dungeon. Don't worry. We'll figure something out. A dungeon? Where? We'll come and save you. Fortunately, we can't figure out where this is either. We think it may be under the dining hall. That might be true. Anyway, Jessica, you must stay where you are. You've heard about what happened from Goda and Komasawa, yes? Yeah. Grandfather... everyone. Grandfather owned everyone. Father is in the same state of mind right now. If you encounter him, you'll be in danger. You might be killed. You mustn't even think about trying to come and save us. We'll take care of ourselves. Then what should we do? Damn you, Grandfather. How dare you do that to Mom and the rest? I'm gonna kill that undying bastard. Jessica, if you talk like that, you'll sadden your mother. Those aren't the words of a lady. Anyway, put your own safety first. Lock all the guest house doors. But you mustn't underestimate how safe that will make you. A large window in the first floor lounge might get broken. Stay in your room and use a bed to make a barricade. There's a toilet and fridge in there too, right? You should be able to stay holed up until tomorrow morning. Listen up. I'll say it again. Don't think of doing anything violent. Don't even think about trying to take revenge for Mom. Only think of hiding, of getting through this without provoking our enemies. Yeah. I understand, Dad. After that, Koda took the phone and was firmly told to supervise the kids as well, as an adult. Koda, with his face covered in a cold sweat, repeatedly replied, yes sir, in an excessively tense voice. From there, Kiria took the receiver and spoke with Battler. And when Shannon and Cannon got their turns, George and Jessica answered. Hello, Violets. Following that pattern, Nanjo and Kumasawa picked up as well, so that all members of both sides took the receiver in turn. Confirming that everyone was safe for now, even if their location wasn't known, and encouraging each other, coming to an understanding on the current situation for both sides. They wanted to talk forever, but now was not the time to chat. Krause explained that they would be hanging out for now, and those in the guest house consented. If anything happens, we'll call. Wait by the phone so you can pick it up quickly. Again, be careful. Yeah. You mustn't do anything rash. Yeah. Understand. As long as you and Kanon-kun and the others are okay. And that's good enough for me. We'll do our best. Stay safe. Yes, of course. Well then, I'm hanging up for now. Be on your guard. That the phone call ended. No. Gon and the rest of men quickly descended to the first floor. Closed the shutters and secured the sturdy locks on the doors. However, just as Krause had worried, there was nothing that could be done about the beautiful wide window in the first floor lounge. If someone broke that, it would be easy to get inside. It wouldn't be hard for someone like Kinso, who hadn't hesitated at committing murder, to invade the first floor. It's likely that Grandfather and his followers will be armed. Locking ourselves in a room is our best bet. And moreover, our only method of forming a barricade. It's painful that we have no choice but to hole up in a sealed room. But if our enemies are carrying guns, then that's the only method we have left to us. I have heard that the Master has a collection of working guns. Right, guns. That was a gun. Sorry, I coughed a little. It's so. Must have been a horribly powerful gun. We can't contend with that at all. It takes a lot of force to smash someone's head open, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Apology not accepted, and you and you crush me into a pulp and then revive me. Well, how about now? Do you forgive me now? So it might be a magnum bullet or something like that. That'd probably go through a flimsy door like it was nothing. Yeah, okay, yay! If so, then that's even more of a reason to hold out in our room. Let's light a bed in place and block the window too. If we do that much, then no matter how many guns they've got, they shouldn't be able to raid us. Crap. All we can do now is just passive one-sided defense. Damn it. Being a finishing blow to Dad and even capturing Kirie. Kinda cost you, damn geezer. Impossible. There's no way we can compete with them. Besides, it's not just the master. He has his underlings too. There might even be more of them. Just what are they? Battler was filled to the rim with the urge to get revenge for Rudolph. And to rush out of here to save Kirie. But just by looking at how terrified Goda was, there was no doubt in him that this would be reckless. It's gotta be hard on you too, right, Aniki? Yet, you've got to stay holed up here, damn it. Of course. I'm torn up about it too. It's not like I can remain calm with both of my parents murdered. But specifically because of that, I have to remain calm. Do you think our dead parents would want us to die in vain? There's no way they would. They want for at least their children to escape. So I will survive. I'll report this to the police and uncover everything. I'll lead my enemies to the courts. The courts. That is my revenge. There's no way our parents would want us to die taking revenge for them. Right? You're right. It's just as you say. Damn it. You old bastard. What's this about a ceremony? If we're supposed to be sacrifices for something like that, then we'll escape no matter what it takes. We're in this precious ritual of yours. That's right. Besides, you still have Kirie-san, Battler-kun. And I still have Shannon. Anyway, let's be cautious and wait for our chance. Any careless actions on our part may just end up causing harm to those who have been captured. Hostages, huh? But Grandfather captured them so he could use them as sacrifices, right? If we don't go and save them, then are we just waiting for them to get killed? We don't even know where the dungeon they're being held in is. Shannon and Kanon-kun didn't know about it. And of course Goda-san and Kumasawa-san didn't know either. The possibility that they're in a secret location that only Grandfather knows of is incredibly high. Under these circumstances, aimlessly wandering about would be practically suicidal. I understand. But still, damn it. Are you saying the only thing we can do is stay confined here until something happens? Butler-san, I understand how you feel, but let's put safety first. From what Krao-sama said, they seem to be in a fairly old cell. And they may be able to break the bar somehow. The wise choice of action now is to believe in them and wait. Grandfather has a number of subordinates, and they're all armed, correct? Yes, he does. And they're probably all armed. Goda had been able to say that Ginso had comrades with him. But he hadn't been able to mention that they were mostly young women, like witches. who had used strange magic to murder. Oh, he hadn't, huh? If he had said that, it would only have cast doubt on his sanity. No, not only that, he himself still couldn't understand what he had seen, and was doubting his own sanity. But regardless of sex or appearance, regardless of whether it was done with magic or a gun, the fact that those girls had followed Kinzo's orders and killed 6 people in an instant was an unshakable truth. If that group came to attack the guest house as well, what would happen? I know, right? I was thinking the same thing. You can't just say sex. Just closing the doors and windows like this was surely meaningless. Go then, Kumasawa. The only thing left for those two who had witnessed that massacre in the dining hall was to cradle their heads without knowing how to interpret what they had seen. Kumasawa-san, are you okay? Want some tea? Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sorry, but may I be left with my thoughts for a little while? Maria tried to be nice, but it seemed that Kumasawa still hadn't been able to clear away her confusion. Maria, thanks for being so considerate. Let's let Kumasawa-san rest for now. Oh. Jessica was also worried about the shock those two must have received after witnessing such a tragedy. But her wildest dreams couldn't even come close to the unbelievable scene Kumasawa had witnessed. Nevertheless, with her mother murdered and her father captured, it wasn't as though Jessica could stay calm either. She sealed her anxiety and sadness using her anger towards Kinzo, and walked irritatedly around the room. She was mouthing, Kumasawa-san, is Mom really dead? Yes. I've never seen such a horrible way to die before. I'm sure she suffered a lot, Jessica. I'm sure it was the worst possible kind of death ever. Just trying to calm her down, completely failing, right? Is it possible that she's still alive? And that if we fix her up, we could save her? It's not possible for a person to have something like that done to her head and live. Yeah, you're right. There's no need for first aid. I'm sure she went to hell too. Yeah, she's going to burn in hell for all eternity. Once your head's smashed, usually. When Loda had come climbing into the guest house, he had, overcome with agitation, told about the massacre in the dining hall without concealing anything. Except for the part about witches and magic. Which they themselves still couldn't believe, Except for the part about witches and magic. In other words, he hadn't even sugarcoated the cold-blooded way in which Natsuki and the others had died. It was too late now, but Kumasawa regretted the fact that they'd obviously said too much. However, while lightly shaking her head and with a slightly painful laugh, Jessica spoke. Actually, thanks to what you told us, I was able to stay level-headed. If you'd avoid mentioning the part about her head being smashed, I would have thought she might still be alive. Then I would have run off towards the mansion, met Grandfather, and I might have gotten killed. That sliver of hope could have been fatal in the end. So I'm grateful. I'm truly sorry. I'm so sorry we didn't choose our words more carefully. Don't worry about that now. There's nothing we can do for Mom. Dad's still alive. Kanoko-는 Shannon, and Aunt Kitty and Dr. Nanjo too. I want to save them somehow, so we shouldn't do anything unnecessary that might make things worse for them. The most helpful thing we can do right now might be to wait by the phone. They might receive a phone call asking them to create a diversion while the others escaped. Or the others might discover their locations and call for rescue. Jessica understood that in order to act promptly when the time came, the only thing they could do for the time being was to wait in this room. Jessica! She's being so brave right now. She's not letting her emotions get the best of her. She's being calm and collected. Once they had finished inspecting the downstairs area and locking up, George, Battler, and Goda returned. The thing is, she is allowed to kill, but usually they put her in situations where she's like the most likely to get killed, which is very sad for her. She's wearing the shirt from Anthology of the Killer that says future murder victim all the time. Each was holding various objects. George had things like drinks, canned food, crackers, and other types of snacks he had found in the lounge in the storage room, as well as a first aid kit. They were all consumables that would be essential during a siege. Goda had a large folding ladder and carpentry tools. What? What do you need a ladder for? Oh, those were to seal the door from the inside, just in case. If it came to it, the ladder was for escaping out the window. I see. Battler had brought up objects that could be used as such as weapon or poles. Yeah, same as carpentry tool. In addition to the obvious kitchen knife, there was a disassembled table leg that could be used as a club. And a pole roughly the size of a person, which had apparently made by taking apart a hat stand. Surely there was more than one kitchen knife. Even though the pole had no point, it could surely be used like a spear. His little grin at the end, his smirk. Yeah, I'm gonna kill. There was a good chance that their enemies had guns, so it was dubious whether these would be of any use. But it was still better than not having them, and if having these could give them at least a little peace of mind, they'd be useful for their calming effect. Then the bed and sofa were placed up against the door, barricading it. Yeah, the pole, I guess. They didn't go so far as to seal it up with nails. Mistake. There was still a chance that Cross and the others would escape and come to meet up with them, I guess. They had apparently set up a barricade at the top of the stairs as well. It had been set up in a way that would create a racket, so it would serve as a warning alarm as well. That had apparently been Battler's idea. For that reason, they turned the TV off. This way, if the first floor window were to be broken, they would hear. Once the switch had been turned, all that was left was an eerie silence. The sound of violent wind and rain. Are they going to have to spend the whole night being crushed by such suspense? The boat would come tomorrow morning. However, judging by the weather report, most of tomorrow was going to be covered in the typhoon, and the boat probably wouldn't come. The typhoon was set to pass by in the morning of the day after tomorrow. In other words, the boat would be arriving in the morning after next, the morning of October's. Oh shit! You're still in the first day. I forgot. Usually, when the first twilight happens, we just skip over to the second day. Oh, that sucks. And right now, it was late at night on October 4th. They would have to spend more than 30 hours on this island. And it's all gonna be narrated in real time. 30 hours of part 4 more. With Ginso turned cold-blooded murderer and his weird companions prowling about. I like the word prowl. When you're on the prowl. Even with the shutters closed, there would definitely be a little bit of light seeping out. It might let the enemy know that they were hiding here. Mallory suggested it might be best to turn off the lights. But they had already been overwhelmed by a ghastly feeling just from turning the TV off. There wasn't anyone who directly challenged his proposal, but then again, there wasn't a single other person who agreed with it. Oh. Well, you can't watch TV? Yeah. Sorry, but you'll have to bear with it. We can't just let the sound of the enemy break in and slip by. Boring. Ah, this sucks. I can't watch TV. Can't you just turn down the volume and watch it? Even though she had been told of her mother's death, Maria alone didn't feel an approaching sense of danger. She just seemed to be upset that the TV had been turned off. Even though she's in such a bizarre situation, can she not share in our sense of danger? Is it because she's so young? To Adler, even this faintly unsettling feeling from such a young girl made him sense that there was something very eerie about Maria. Eerie is not the word I would use. That said, we've already done all we can. Do you think you'll be able to do anything about the bars? Unfortunately, they're tougher than expected. I don't know when these were made, but there's no problem with their lifetime guarantee. These truly were built rather well. Kiria chuckled softly. They had no moves they could make, but she got calmed just a little. This place is just like a capture pile of chess game. So, are there no more remaining moves left for us? Not yet. It's still too early to give up. We stopped thinking. We might as well stop breathing, right? Exactly. Exactly. Chess pieces in the capture pile may serve no purpose, but in shogi, they can be quite significant. Just one capture pawn should be able to put pressure on the opponents. I see. But still, there's nothing that can be done about these bars. For us, maybe. But if we can figure out where this is and contact Gola-san, he might be able to come on and save us. I see. But that would mean putting Gola-san in danger. If that happens, he would also be worried about the grandchildren in the guest house, alone without a full-grown adult male. When you're afraid of risk, it's alright to bide your time until the price starts to go up. However, if you're too afraid to cut your losses, you might end up with just a scrap of paper. Now in this case, that represents our lives. And our dignity as parents, right? After talking big like that during the telephone call, telling them that they should behave because we'll manage something on our own, we can't just start asking for help right away. That would be very uncool. By this point, I've long since thrown out such useless pride. Why don't we put our heads together? Where is this? Is it really underneath the dining hall? Or else, is it a different place, separate from the mansion? Kraus, Edie, and Nanya began to discuss this further. Cannon was squatting by the bars, silently trying to sense anyone's presence. Just as he had been ordered, Shannon came close to him and they both squatted down together. Do you sense anyone? Yes. They haven't focused their attention on this direction, but there's somebody relatively close by. Is it human? I think it's the goats. Their breathing is rather noisy. Cannon's ability to sense the presence of others was several levels above that of a human. He said that their breathing was noisy, but Kraus and the rest couldn't even pick up the slightest hint of it. Therefore, if he had obediently reported it, they would have merely doubted Cannon's ears. They got us, didn't they? It's rare. To think that they'd captured us without killing us. This time, Beatrice-sama didn't make an appearance. And the master left his study. Very loaded line right here. This time. I don't have a clue what's going on. I know. Whatever happens or changes, it's all for the witch's fickle entertainment. In the end, nothing will change. I wonder if we'll be able to go to the Golden Land this time. Who knows? We have a high rate of losing. Come to think of it, it's very rare for us to survive the first twilight together. I get the feeling that it's incredibly unusual for us to be able to talk together like this, even though the ceremony has already begun. That may be. But even that's just for the witch's entertainment, I'll bet. Oh yeah, I guess the first twilight thing just straight up tell you, yeah, they know. And you know why they know? Because they're furniture. And furniture operates by special rules. I can't think of anything. If it is anything other than her letting us live for a little longer to ridicule us, since we usually drop out right in the beginning. I wonder if we'll be unable to reach the Golden Land again. I'm sure we won't make it there. If we hold on to any foolish hope, we'll be taken advantage of again. That's right. Last time you got taken advantage of, didn't you? I'm an idiot. Conan made a sour look and turned his head. Shannon laughed softly and apologetically leaned towards his shoulder. But I'm glad Milady's safe. She's only escaped from the first twilight. She might just be waiting for an even crueler death later on. What about you, Nissan? Aren't you glad George-sama's safe? It'd be nice if you two could reach the Golden Land together. Thank you. I wish the same for you and Milady as well. I wasn't hoping for anything like that. It's just as you say. That witch is only having fun dangling prizes in front of people and watching them vainly try to get them. I'm sure no one will be able to go to the Golden Lands. If I wish to reach the Golden Land with Milady, And that person will find it funny. It will certainly never let us reach that place. You're right. Beatrice-sama is thinking about which order of sacrifices will be the most interesting. The whole thing about them being chosen at random is just a blatant lie. That swindling witch. All that about having any wish you want granted in the Golden Land is probably just a lie, too. That's not true. The Golden Land is a wonderful place. Have you been there? Only for a little bit. Though, even that was probably just a joke of Beatrice-sama's. What's it like there? Well, it's a wonderful place. I can't really explain it well. It's like a world from a pleasant dream. A paradise-like place with roses blooming all over and beautiful butterflies dancing about. Oh, this kind of, or something like that? It's not a place with a tangible image like that. It's really like the outside of a dream. When you're there, it's very gentle, very peaceful. And you're allowed to sleep as long as you want. Like when you wake up early on a day off. Lying on a futon. Oh, that sounds so good. Fuck! Sunlight comes in through the cracks in the curtains, and you think you'll have to wake up soon. But then you realize it's your day off, and you can go back to sleep. It's a place where you can feel like that. Hello, Laha. Enjoy your 5. I think it'd be wasted on me. Waking up on accident even though it's your day off is something only you would do, Nesan. So, well, when I was there, it was very satisfying and very calm. When I returned to this world, even though I had just been there a second ago, I couldn't remember it well. It's like when you can't remember a dream where you were just having. But I still remember it was a very calm and quiet world. That's it. Golden Lands he's always bragging about isn't anything great at all. I thought it was a place where all your wishes come true. That's right. It's a place where all your wishes will be granted. Well, maybe that's not quite it. It might be better to say it's a place where you won't wish for anything. For example, Kanonkon. If you were cold and wished you had a jacket, you'd be happy to be given one. But if you were in a warm room to begin with, there wouldn't be even a reason to want a jacket, right? That's what the Golden Land is like. There's no need to even wish for most wishes. It's a world where everything is calm. You could even say it's a place that transcends the concept that having your wishes granted will bring happiness, a world released from everything. It sounds somewhat like a religious world. And there, everything is equal. Anything that can think is equal. There are no humans, no furniture, nor witches. There, I was equal to everyone. Okay, hold on. What's going on? Why is Shannon starting to turn red? Why is the golden evil being exchanged with a hammer and a sickle? There was no longer any need to feel ashamed that I was furniture. I was honestly a happy world where all humans and even witches were equal. I can't really remember it well, but I have the feeling that when I was there, I was equal even to Beatrice-sama, and we were good friends. If that which is there, it Can't be much of a paradise. So, you want to go to that golden land with George Sama? How strange. The golden land is a utopia where you can be pleased with everything, right? Wouldn't you be content even if George Sama wasn't there? The golden land is very calm, peaceful, and everything is equal. But actually, happiness alone is left out. It isn't a happy world. Of course, just by being peaceful, calm, and equal, it's an incredibly happy world. But I guess you could say that it's a world of zero, where you're released from all negative worries. The human world is filled with negatives, so of course the zero world is incredibly happy. But it's still zero. What a luxurious problem to have. It's something like this. When you're not enough on your quiet holiday morning, and the person you love the most is next to you and holding your hand. Then it can become an even greater, more wonderful happiness. Something like that. Sorry, your Nesan is too dumb to be any good at analogies. In other words, to you, greatest happiness would be reaching that world together with George-sama. Yes. And surely for you it would be reaching that world together with Milady. We'll be released from our worries in a fair world. It's like some kind of strange religion. I'm more worldly minded. I imagine a world where we could be given some magic medicine and we could be reborn as humans or something like that. If you go, you'll understand. If Beatrice-sama really is a fickle person, then surely, someday, she'll let you get a glimpse of it too. Which line? A lot of things were said. If so, then you'll be able to understand my analogy. The potion that makes you human? Oh yeah, the potion that makes you human. Well, I'm not holding my breath. At any rate, it seems like game over for us this time already. I'll hope for another chance. You're right. If we cling to any overambitious hopes, Beatrice-sama will take advantage of us. It might be best to just stop thinking and let fate take care of us. No! Shannon, you can't say that! We can just be simple chess pieces. No matter what we think or don't think, we can't escape from the witch's chessboard. Our role is now to just wait and see how we'll be tortured to death. For us, the dream of the golden land is too empty. You're right. Sorry. Kanon shrugged his shoulders, then told Shannon to leave him alone, because he was in the way of his duty, distancing himself from her. Realizing her thoughtlessness in bringing up such an inappropriate topic and instead hurting Kanon, Shannon bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. Shannon wouldn't bother him anymore. She went off and crouched down in a corner by herself. At that moment, Kanon perked up. It was like the ears of a cat when it reacts to a strange sound. What's wrong? Krasama, someone's coming. What? They ended their conversation and strained their ears. For a while, they couldn't hear anything. But eventually, they were able to hear the shuffling sounds of a large group of people walking. So they've come. Time to pay the piper. Or perhaps this is their first and last chance. I shall talk to Kinso-san. I will try to somehow find out where this place is. We're counting on you. In the last phone call, Kitty had asked what the time over at the guest house was. By doing that, Kitty had learned that it was the same as her watch. And she had learned that their watches had been set back. It wasn't just the clocks on the walls in the guest house. Several people's watches, including George's and Goda's, had matched. If that was the case, then it had only been a few minutes between the time of the massacre in the dining hall and the time they had been transported to the dungeon. Not enough time had passed for them to be knocked out and carried away. And were those really pitfalls? Meaning that this was the area directly under the dining hall? All that they could do was pray that Nanjo could find out where this was. They're coming. There's probably 4 people. Master, and 3 of those who appeared in the dining hall. That's enough. You come back here as well. We'll deal with the rest. Shannon-chan, sorry, but can I have you sit by the phone? Hide with your skirt. Yes. The shoveling came close, and there was the sound of a large door being opened in the hallway. The light they were apparently carrying illuminated the hall, stroking the walls with sharp, razor-like shadows. And then, the light from the lantern they held illuminated the prisoners through the bars. The bars' sharp shadows divided them up lengthwise. There were 4 silhouettes. It was Kinso, Renov, Virgilia, and Gap. Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna call it here because I think the scene is gonna keep going for a while. And if anything, this is a good place to leave it on. Okay. Thank you for understanding. And besides, as you can tell, my voice is getting a little raspy. Once my nose starts getting clogged up, that's when I know I need to stop, because that's not something I can fix with water. Thank you for Gap. No problem. Did I save? I already forgot if I saved. I did, right? Yes. Next time we find out what happens here. But for now, we need to end. Does this happen to anybody else? Where you know, you've been talking for so long, and for some reason your nose starts getting clogged up, and it gives you trouble breathing? I mean, the raspy voice is obvious, right? That happens to everyone, but this nose thing is really strange. I can't recall experiencing this before. When you get sick, I mean, it has happened to me very often when I do the Summon Echo streams, but I do not wake up sick the day after, so I don't know what it is. Like, I go to sleep and I wake up and I'm fine. Even with the stream where I went for 8 hours, I woke up fine the next day. Tired, sure, but not sick. Okay. Yeah, I feel like it has to do something with the sinuses. Okay, I'm gonna raid no. I'm gonna raid. I'm not gonna use command of the user. I'm gonna raid Beryl because he's playing Salmon Max, and I like Salmon Max. Have a good night, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for coming. I'll see you next week for more Room and Echo. If you're interested in anything else, I'm gonna be here on Monday. Playing more Dragon Quest 4. And seeing what the deal is with those. Oh yeah, I remember. I found the new lead and I left the game there. So we're just gonna be able to pick up with progress next time. Okay. Take care, good night. Bye-bye.